Hello. Good time zone, everybody. Here. I think, no, it doesn't really have music, actually. Music? Not in this house. Hello, Voidling. Hello, Xiasha. Dr. Xiasha. Sorry, excuse me. Hi, Tyndall. Hi, Nyan Nyan. Don't be suspicious. Jean-Paul? Hi, Jean-Paul. I had to scroll to check, just in case. Hi, Yogals. Hi, Shadow. I woke up super early today to be productive, but the universe just wouldn't have it. It's time for a No Bones Day today. Maverick, hello. Good time zone. Hello, hello. Do your alerts properly work? Like, properly work? Give it a test run. You would be the first one, so. I tested it. Yeah, they do. Xiaoxia! Happy 84 months! Congratulations on 7 years! Thank you so much! Yeah, you're one of the Pillarmen now, apparently. Welcome back at tier 3! Yes, I did fix it. It should all be fixed now. Potentially. And bread. Was a bit of bread. That one I never messed with. That one has to always work. But I'm always, whenever I mess with my sub alerts especially, because it has so many triggers, I am a little jittery, you know? Hi, Carrie! Hello. Xiaoxia, you have the first, I think you have the first badge then. Oh no, because you're a founder! So you have a founder's badge. Oh, you don't have the 84 badge because it's the founder's badge. Of course! Cunt. Loneliest Wall, hello. Good time zone, hello, hello. Welcome in. Happy Friday, everyone. I hope you're having a good one. It's still here. I don't know how well you can see it. It's upside down now. I have a unicorn. I have a rainbow unicorn on my arm still. I don't know. Wait. It's better to see like this, maybe? It's still fully good. It still looks good. And I got it on Saturday. I showered, I scrubbed with soap, and it's still here. It's still here. It's never leaving, I guess. Lovelet, hello. Have a good lurk. Hello, hello. Already lost a good part of my morning. Was talking to someone about the Tron Legacy soundtrack the other day and put it on this morning and just zoned out and lost about an hour vibing to it, as you do. Oh, I didn't even activate the goal for this month. I'm so sorry. There. There it is. This month's goal is doing Bread and Fred with Noob. And it's 1666 because it's cursed. Obviously. I'm only leaving the house once more today to pick up 2 books I ordered. Oh, what books did you order, Shadow? What are you reading? Also, and I know you can see this, but remember that last time in this game we picked up a quest and then the quest was never there? Apparently just restarting the game made the quest reappear. So now this was that quest that we were trying to do that never showed up. But now it do. So we can talk to Lykia about it, which is something I already did without it being in my inventory, but then nothing triggered. So now something will trigger potentially. Maybe.
I'm glad you're here. There's something
Loneliest, I hope you had a good time at the beach.
You seem excited. Let's hear it then.
I'm always excited.
I'd like for the Flying University's next meeting to be held here.
What brought on this sudden interest?
Maybe it's
in
actually a romance arc. You never know. I've been playing so much Cat Quest. Oh, the new one? The update one? A collection of stories about Conan. I've been reading one story a night and decided... Siri! The equal opportunity killer! Loneliest! You got Siri! Loneliest! Welcome back at tier 3 as well! Yo, double tier 3 resub today. Blessed. Very blessed. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Congratulations on being Siri. I realized I never finished it. Oh, I don't think I ever played it at all. I think I actually might have a key for it somewhere, potentially. And so on. Also, we are on the Pride shelf on the front page for the entirety of the year. And Duke enters the chat with a bunch of swords, which is probably a good idea. Duke, hello. Hello, good time zone. Yeah, so we're on the front page shelf, but it's one of those, you know, it's like a front page. It's the shelf, and you might or might not show up on it. So, you know, if people do look at the shelf, I'm assuming it's mostly going to be people who are weird about it. Just so you know, this is why the shield mode and so on is updated. This is why the bot was a little harsher, because I had to set it to level 2, even though I don't want to, because I want people to be able to say fuck. But it will just allow the messages. So you can still say fuck, just with a delay. Delayed fucking, is what I'm saying. Pretty sure that could actually get me kicked off the Pride shelf. Explain that you want to help Dickstein. Make a retort. Why would I retort? I think it actually... Anticipation.
Dickstein asked for my help with a certain
He did.
matter.
That's just the
he
truth.
He suspects that there might be a Nochrana informer among you.
I told Dickstein this would happen. And when they arrested that boy, I was sure of it.
You agree then, I take it?
Of course. What do you want to do?
Explain her role first? Explain the plan? Or explain her role first?
It so as not to arouse anyone's suspicion.
Everyone loves Dickstein.
I want to gather all the students in one place and discreetly examine them. The Mo won't even know I've exposed them.
Is that true? Is that true, though? I bet they already know. Ask her to notify everyone now.
Let's handle this quickly. Do you think you'll be able to assemble everyone now?
Yes, and you will have a moment
Just right now. Just get on the phone. Just text everyone.
I mean, you should look inside your wardrobe and pick more suitable attire.
What's wrong with what I'm wearing? I'm extremely fashionable. What are you actually talking about? I'm so fashionable.
If I come in disguise, someone may begin to, well, suspect something.
I literally did a quest to get fashionable.
I thought as much.
I think she just hates me. Check if the students have gathered already. No, we gotta prepare. Obviously.
Let us now look for some things I could talk to the students about.
So I am followed by a ghostly skeleton. He mostly seems to moan. And I'm also witty. Received a quest, a story of one's lecture. Oh, okay. Prepare for the lecture. Well, because they wouldn't be here yet, would they? Nice. Skull, congratulations on nice months. Can we get some nice in the chat for Skull? Skull, welcome back. Very nice. Congratulations on having balls. It's a power move. She just wants to see if you'll change if she says so. I will never change. Supreme nice. Hi, Saber. Hello. I'm snooping on my sister right now. Oh, I'm also snooping on myself, I think. I'm just snooping. Oh no. No. A faithful oh no! I forget that when I move slightly, it will also remove the text I'm trying to read. Oops. The balls are nice and happy. Love that for the balls. Why are you here, though? You're supposed to be downstairs. Ask what she's looking for.
Are you looking for something in particular?
Mr. Victor.
Did you jump scare?
I'm sorry, I couldn't not look in here.
Little weird.
Oh, of this entire
This is where my
house.
dad lived. Insist for her to leave. Find out if she was snooping around in your bedroom.
Have you been to other rooms as well?
Have you?
What do
Are you
mean?
interested?
Someone snooped around my bedroom. Are you up to something with a mysterious partner?
No, she just wanted to sniff my
Mr.
sheets,
Schultz, I
presumably.
resent that. I didn't come into anyone's bedroom. Who do you think I am?
But that's where you're supposed to come.
I'll wait downstairs. I don't want anyone to misconstrue this situation as inappropriate.
My character has a great ass. I'm just saying. playing Onimusha 2 again, and I'm so happy. I'm glad you're having a good time. Mask of Veles. Veles looks completely unlike himself. Maybe the artist only had the description of someone who had seen the Salutor to work from. Ligia's playful joy still smolders within it from the time when she jumped me while wearing it and nearly frightened me to death. Ah, yes. Just kids being kids. Stanislav's comb. Really? Thoughts of a thaumaturge gathered in an unassuming object of everyday use. Repulsive. There's a hair left in it. Ew. Disgust. It's just a hair, dude. Father's thoughts flowed uncontrollably. He vacillated between intentions. Should he punish his son? Should he enter the arrangement? Send him away? How can he save him? He was trying to save me. Well, we kind of figured that was part of it already, I think. I think we kind of assumed that was the case. Sniff my bed sheets. What is best in life? A good butt. Well, he really does have a great butt, though. Like, look at his butt. On the manner in which sorcerers harass the people, slandering the Christian faith, and on the measures to be taken. Ah, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. He read that book and he said, yes, we do. A libelous note against thaumaturges reminiscent of the Dark Ages, an inquisitor's wet dream. Father had spent a long time looking for this book before Mother used her contacts to import it for him. And then he sneezed because of all the dust. The book sparkles with honesty. It must be from the times when they were still speaking to each other. Ouch. In Father's space, I found several objects that I could safely use during the lecture. Each one merits hours of discussion. I made the right choice. Ah, yes. Hours of discussion. Of course. Thank you for bless. Oh, hi, Lucy. Did I say hi? Oh my god, I didn't even say hi. I just immediately read. Should I change my outfit anyway? What else looks nice? But I look so nice. What else? What else do I have that looks nice? The last one still looks nicest. That's the thing. Here, okay, fine. Here, we've changed. Are you happy now? Are you happy that I changed? It's not the one I wanted. Ronnie, hello. Hi, Face, have a good lurk. That's all the clothes. It's not even all of them yet. I'm still missing one, but I think I might get that when I go on further in the main quest. Because I think he has to think about stuff or whatever. Ligia treats guests to exquisite cognac, of course. Trace familiar, two-faced person. Interesting. The words, the courtly taste of the bourgeoisie still cling to the rim of the glass. Someone sipped the beverage, looked at the crowd, and thought contemptuously of those gathered. They were boastful in their cleverness. We already got one. We already got a conclusion. There are many indications that someone intent on hostilities or gathering information is hiding among the flying university students. Ligia and I also became objects of the imposter's interests. Of course. Okay, so their trace was what was on my room, at my sister's room. Are you guys hiding in here? That's so weird. I'm gonna talk to people.
And he walked across the entire town like that, with all that cocoa.
All that cocoa.
And here he is.
It's me, the cocoa
I
bearer.
hear you were quite the mischievous youth.
Incredibly so. Ask it. Escape? What do you mean?
I'm afraid the list
do you mean by
of my
that?
offenses might be too long.
Explain yourself.
Grażynka, should I be worried?
Why, of course not. No, we were just discussing childhood mischief and the cocoa incident.
Yes, I can't deny that one.
He makes it sound like
Do
it's
you
a bad
have
thing.
other interests than cocoa and thaumaturgy?
No, those are my prime
Travel?
interests.
Cards?
I don't care about those. It does not involve chocolate, so. The king asked with reading out this dialogue, I would be tripping all over this vocabulary. I feel like reading slowly helps. I can't read too quickly. Is that a euphemism? Probably. Hi, Shipwreck. Someone in another stream was recommending this game. I'm glad you're streaming it. I also recommend this game. But I would recommend it with Polish subtitles. Sorry, Polish dubs. English subtitles. The Polish dubs are, in my opinion, much more fitting, much smoother than the English ones, because it does take place in Warsaw as well. So you're Polish. Shadow, thank you so much for the gifts up. The first one this month. Thank you so much. Shipwreck, enjoy your emotes. But yes, I would definitely recommend it. It's like a spooky mystery detective type game. And I always like those. I think the vibes in this game are very good. And I really like the music. Also really like the music. Do you typically think in Dutch or English? English. I stopped thinking in Dutch a very long time ago. What about when doing math? Math, weirdly, I prefer counting in Dutch. But I think that's just because it doesn't make sense in my head already. Math already doesn't make sense to begin with, just base level. But then doing it in a different language as well, it's just, I don't know. And it's not because I think Dutch is easier even than English, because, well, it should be both actually. But it's just, I don't want to have to think about anything else when I'm doing math. So even when I'm just counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even that, I would rather do that in Dutch. I don't know why. Junkhead, I hope you had a really good, wait, yeah, am I saying that right? That was on Sunday, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm not crazy. See, it's because I wished you a happy birthday on Friday, I think. It's like, wait, but it's not on Friday. It wasn't on Friday, was it? It's on Sunday. Exactly. Adam, thank you very much for the biddies, and Junkhead, belated butts. Now you got both an early birthday, an early happy birthday, and a late happy birthday. You got happy birthdays twice, but not on your actual birthday. I hope it was a good one. I hope you had a good time. Do you think the alphabet in Dutch is also? No, actually that one doesn't really matter. Although it is weird with sounds, because we do have, obviously, we still have the same... We say it with the same song. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. So we still say that, but we still pronounce the letters differently. You could have killed us, though. I could have been killed. It's actually really loud for me as well. I don't know if I should turn that down or not. Duke, thank you very much for the biddies. Thank you so much. I was doing math in German. Yeah, I don't know why. I really don't know why. That's a trend. My husband talked to a couple other people who said they think in English now, but count in their first language. I guess numbers are just weird for everyone. I prefer most stuff to be in the language the characters would speak, with English or whatever subtitles for the audience. Same, Shipwreck, same. But when I started playing this game, they didn't actually have the Polish dub available yet. And then I remember I was streaming it at some point and someone came in and said, well, an hour ago they have uploaded, or patched rather, the Polish dub. And I turned them on in the break and they definitely sounded much better. For me, at least. Like, everyone speaking modern English throughout history is bizarre. I do too. I do too. I got way too drunk last night. I don't even remember going to bed. But at least you went to bed. I'm glad you went to bed at all. Can you finish the rest of this song, please? Okay, I'm assuming you just want me to actually do the alphabet in that case, instead of the sentence. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. That's it. There you go. Hi, Fidge. Admit that you are most intrigued by nosy people. I am intrigued by nosy people. Says you're in a hurry to get to the lecture. No, I am intrigued. Whomst? Listen. Tandel, thank you for the biddies! Thank you for starting a hype train. It's actually so much harder to start a hype train on my channel because it takes 4 events instead of 3. That's right, I have an ultra hard hype train, that's true. Tandel, thank you so much for the gifts up as well! Pidge, welcome back. Enjoy your emotes. Hi, Marshall. It is. It is teamwork. It has to be with 4 people. Guess who's confirmed for jury duty? Oh, I'm sorry, I think. Oh no? I didn't get the notification for getting us, but you do have one. You got a sub. You can use emotes again. I'm gonna tell this man I'm intrigued by nosy people because I am.
Traveling, indeed. Always and everywhere.
Don't open
You
that
won't
door.
confess to the Coco now, young master, but I know what I know.
Dick, thank you for
However,
biddies.
it's the nosy people who endlessly make my head spin.
Ah, yes.
You don't say.
Yes.
In that case, I won't keep you any longer. See you.
It's funny because you can say
in the
either,
lecture.
and he will say the same things, no matter what, right? Because that could still be an answer to, I have places to be, you know? Dickstein's got some guts to do that, yeah. Why is he? Diddle, thank you for the clue, thank you for the biddies. It didn't pop up, the thing to thank Tyndall. Oh, you're just gonna have to do it yourself, I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to write something yourself, something like, wow, you are as beautiful as the Dutch alphabet song. Potentially. Get off me! Diddle, thank you for biddies! Are you fishing for anything in particular? Oh?
Now this place on
Pidge, have
top
you
of
seen Clue?
everything. Someday it will be enough to stick 1 foot out the door to get locked up.
Well, why are you still
And
coming
we all
then?
know who will get us locked up.
Hello.
It's our...
No? Oh, buddy. Diddle, thank you for the biddies.
professor for the day. Hello, sir.
Is that so?
Oh god, I don't like all these people already. Who were you talking about? It was probably the no, not the Polish lady, the Russian lady.
Who was this vigorous discussion about?
Bottle too close to the sun.
About Polina Nikolaevna?
There it is.
Indeed.
Of course.
It's probably our little Russian girl who's making all this trouble for us.
It's clearly
I
not.
don't know why Dickstein
It's
didn't
probably
see that.
her.
To me, it's obvious that she's the snitch.
So she's obviously not. Well, thank you for the biddies. How many people were aware that the alphabet song shares the melody with Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? Because I feel like it's fairly common-ish, at least from the start, right? No? Wow, J. Edgar Hoover and the Laughing Cook is just, it's on fire today. Don't thank you for the biddies. There's the Clue musical. I only recently heard about it. Yo, I don't think I've ever seen the Clue musical. Oh my god, it's the same one again! What is going on? We're not allowed to get any others apparently today. Lonius, thank you for the biddies. What are we fishing for? I don't know. Maybe Tyndall wants to see the other entrance alert? With the please, potentially? Oh. Well. There, see? There he is again! I don't know what's up. I swear they are all the exact same rarity. It wasn't that bad. Diddle, thank you for the biddies as well. Ask if they have proof. I'll keep listening. Because I don't want to set them off yet. I want them to talk to me.
It's the Russian girl.
That was a very good segue. Well, at least it was a different one. Didn't thank you for the biddies. Say that her ancestry is no proof. Say your mother is Russian. Ask why they don't suspect the detainee. I'm just saying. Well, are you sure? A little bit of murder. Oh my god, twice? Should I just add more clue alerts at this point? To lower the chance. There's only one button, I promise. I swear there's only one button. Tindall Lolius, thank you very much for the biddies. Yes. All of the clue alerts are very topical for this game, right? Especially all the murder. I would never say no to more clue alerts. See, I feel like I already cut out all the ones that I really wanted to have. But I'll think about it.
Why are you not suspicious of your friend who was arrested?
Yeah, he seems suspicious.
His father fought in the uprising.
So?
He wouldn't snitch.
I feel like here they're kind of just linking everything to ancestry. My mother's Russian, did you know?
My mother is Russian. Does that mean I'm only half traitor?
Yo, this one we barely ever see. We actually barely see that one. Thank you for the videos. Why does his hat have a butt cheek? Because he doesn't have an ass otherwise. He's probably jealous of you. Let us in, let us in, let us out, let us out. You want that one? Alright, I'll just have to watch Clue again. To see. Ooh, there it is again. Even then, I have so many options. There are so many options, and it just keeps picking the same ones. It's crazy. For what?
Well, no, we didn't mean it like that.
How did you mean it? I just said that one's kind of rare. Thank you for the videos. I literally just said that. How dare you? Incredible. I guess it's no longer rare now. Saying that ancestry is no proof. I definitely think that. I like this one a lot. This is probably one of my favorite ones. This, like, by now she was dead. Diddle, thank you for the videos. Thank you for the hype train, everyone. To answer your earlier question, no, I haven't seen Clue all the way through. If you want to watch party with me sometimes, listen, I'll do another Discord Clue night. I will never not do a Discord Clue night. I'm happy to.
Place of birth is hardly enough to determine whether someone is a traitor and a snitch. Wouldn't you agree?
And someone with your skills should already know everything. Wouldn't you agree?
All in good
What a
time.
weird thing to say.
Have a nice
You should be an
lecture.
oracle, she said.
Break a leg.
Oh, is that a threat? Didn't I can just play it for you. You know what? I will play it for you. We did get a lot of doubles. If I can find it. Bits. See, I have a list for everything. How many do I have? How many? Let me see. Clue alerts. I have 26 different clue alerts. 26! I mean, come on! Was it the first one? Yeah, I think it's number 10. Is it number 10? Are you number 10? No, you're number 8. You're number 10. One for every Dutch letter. There you go. I know that's the one you were fishing for. Okay, I gotta talk to Paulina because she's actually the one that everyone says is the bad person, and I don't think that's true.
Hello.
Mr. Shulsky, one friendly face in a crowd.
Singular.
You
yep.
are giving today's lecture, right?
Yes. Ask about her well-being. Are you okay?
You seem troubled, miss. Is everything all right?
Outside of the fact everyone thinks you're a
Besides
traitor?
my finger pointing.
Yeah,
and
that one.
Backbiting, you mean? Quite all right. Yes, quite.
Oh.
You do realize that your ancestry...
Yeah, she
doesn't make you
realizes,
popular with the
Victor. She
students.
realizes.
It's hard not to feel it. They don't exactly hide their dislike.
I think I can sympathize. I'm half Russian, but I'm also a Thaumaturge.
How do you cope with it?
I beat people
I
up
try not to think
all the
about it,
time.
with varying degrees of success.
I use my
Can
fists.
Thaumaturges read minds?
People have died, Paulina. Agonizes over hurtful accusations. Is it sincere, though? Why wouldn't it be? Admit that you have. That you don't need to read her mind. Huh? Have I read minds?
Indeed.
Yes, well, I'm waiting.
To read her mind?
Please excuse me. I'll take my leave. I hope you enjoy today's lecture.
I said, I don't actually want to tell you. I don't want to have to prove this. I actually don't know. Oh my god, I just realized that it did not start recording. Huh? Actually, now it's too late. Now I'm just gonna have to download it. What the hell? OBS? Huh? That is very weird. That is very strange. With copy definitely means murder. Well, obviously. You've seen me play this game. You've seen me play. Please. What else? Hi, Battle. Are they the only ones left that I can talk to? I think so, actually. Well, they might be in the garden, actually. Maybe you're in the garden. Is there anybody in the garden? Is there a little bit of... No? There's not? I don't know anything yet. I have 200 pastry cakes, etc. and mixed up is always picking the same. I don't know why. I don't know, because it's supposed to be random chance. Why is the car stopped? It's frightened. You want that one in there too? We'll just have to rewatch it. Pitch has to see it, so. Also extremely close to 100,000? No. 10,000? No. Yes? A lot of them. Yep.
Listen.
Math? Thank you. Thank you.
I'm happy to see you,
10,000.
Mr. Shulsky.
I can't see zeros, I
sure
swear.
The lecture will be a success.
Unmarried, perhaps. However, if I were you, I would make myself more presentable.
Why do you keep saying that? I changed my outfit. What does she... Okay, no, but genuinely, what does she mean? What does she mean by that? I don't have options to do anything. Does she not like my beard? Because that's just a matter of opinion. I'm so over her. Point out that quite a lot of people came. Maybe my sister's just a bitch.
I would never expect to see such crowds.
It really looks like a koala. It's very cute.
That's true.
It's not a koala, but thank
a
you.
Nice change.
The students will not miss such an opportunity. It's not every day that one gets to listen to a Thaumaturge.
Well, listen. Oh. He's there. People stare at me. Would also blindly give my brother shit, but like I'm kind of nice sometimes. I don't know. I like, okay, well, I was wearing a different outfit before, and I did change my outfit, but apparently just changing your outfit is not what they wanted. And I don't know why. I don't know what they wanted.
Regarding the lecture...
Can we start?
I guess?
I think we can begin.
I trust that you
Did they want a
planned
specific
everything
outfit?
well.
That sounds like a them problem to me. They're not very clear about it. His beard is not nearly this fabulous.
You will not be disappointed.
I love my beard,
I'm
actually.
certain that this will be an exceptional meeting.
The other beard options are just not nearly as good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment I know many of you have been anxiously awaiting has finally arrived.
I'm showing you my stuff.
Owing to the courtesy of both hosts of today's meeting, we have a unique opportunity to touch the knowledge from the borderline between science
I love touching
and
knowledge.
magic. Viktor Shulsky, if you would.
It's my favorite thing. It's because you didn't change all three. I did change all three. I picked all of the last options. And if I want to change my hair and my beard, I have to go to a barber. I feel like she said at the start to put on something more fitting. I don't think I can put on different hair. I'm having flashbacks to that Pokemon game. With outfits? Wait. Introduce yourself. Why is that a proud answer? Find out if they want to ask you about anything. Tell them about the props. I will introduce myself.
My name is Viktor Shulsky, as the president has already said.
We know.
I will start by warning you that I'm doing this for the first time in my life.
I'm a little
Could
tired.
have stayed at home today.
Oh my god! Wow, I hope it's her.
Before we begin, do you have any questions for me?
What are these items? What are they used for?
Throwing
I
at
think we
people.
all know what a comb is used for.
I don't know. Make a retort. Oh.
Looking at you, a person could have doubts.
Oh!
That's rich.
Boom!
I think we should start with what you think
I'm so smart.
thaumaturgy is.
I'm so clever.
Here, we have 3 apparently ordinary items. However, there's more to each of them than you might think.
Got him! It needs to be less flashy, but we're already in the house. And also, I live here. There's a Pokemon game where you can dress up, and there are a few places where you can't access unless they like your outfit. Oh my god. But what if my outfit is always on point? Isn't it just up to me? How gay have your crimes been today? All I'm doing is drinking from my bisexuality cup. Is that crime enough? I don't know. I'm probably gonna punch people later. If that counts. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hi, also hi Antir. Hello. Well, this sassy version of Victor. See, that's the thing. I've noticed that all of the prideful answers really are just sassy answers. It's just Victor being very sassy. And that's it. Which is my preferred way of playing a character anyway. Talk about the mask depicting Veles.
This mask was made more than 1,000 years ago. My father brought it from
The
Africa
horns are
in
accurate.
89. However, you
Okay,
can
Antir,
see
I'll do
that
it.
the deity it depicts has many similarities to the Slavic salutor, Veles.
They are battle.
Are you saying that people can see salutars?
I can point out that people without the power cannot see them, yes. Quote legends attesting that it is possible. Oh. Potentially?
Supposedly, people who are very sensitive, spiritual, or well inebriated
They might see my bird.
can experience the presence of a salutor, as long as one is around.
Well, the lecture's over. Let's go to the London bar and summon some demons.
Are you the evil
Where
person?
do salutars come from?
Don't let them see that you don't know. Admit that nobody knows that. Oh, can I make something up? Move on! Admit that nobody knows that. I don't know. Do I want to lie about it? They wouldn't know. It's not like they would know. Have a good nap, Shadow. Hi, Landar. Hello, hello. I'm sorry you're feeling sick today. I hope you feel better after some tea. Lots of drinking. I feel like it would be... I don't want to say easy to check that I'm lying, though. But it could be checked. Nobody knows, though.
No one knows. This particular question remains unanswered.
How convenient.
We know
She's
that
so
these
weird.
beings have always been with us, just like the people who are granted the power. We coexist, but we do not know what rules govern this coexistence. Let us move on to the other items.
Oh, dog is also sick? Oh, talk about father's comb. Comb?
On my father's comb, apart from the dandruff,
Disgusting.
Shut up.
there's also a memory, which
I don't
can
like her.
easily read. This particular one concerns father's frustration caused by his developing baldness.
That's not true.
And do we have any influence on what exactly will remain on the item?
Oh, point out that the Thaumaturges do.
Thaumaturges freely communicate intentions this way. Secrets, messages, and so on.
Practical.
Let us not get ahead of the facts. I will cover it more extensively in a moment.
I feel like prideful
In that
answers
Do you also talk to the dead?
are what kind of make her happy. Admit that you talk to your deceased father sometimes. Yeah, but is that a Thaumaturge thing? I'm gonna say it anyway, just to test my hypothesis here.
I'm sometimes visited by Stanisław Szulski, for reasons unknown to me.
He just pops up.
However, that is hardly spiritualism. Rather, it is a testament to my father's stubbornness.
I bet you're afraid of sleeping alone.
Oh, what are
Let
you
us move
offering? Oh, let us move on.
I
Never
would
mind.
like to remind you that time is... Can we see a practical demonstration?
Do you want me to beat somebody up? What if I tell you, shut up?
This book was written in 1666.
I wonder. I have a save,
It
so
was
I'm not
published
going to go
solely
back.
to provoke a fear of thaumaturges. In
Also,
the Middle
666,
Ages,
really?
people like me were
Really?
burned at the stake and condemned for heresy.
Judging from the new Governor General, history is about to repeat itself.
He's the most shady one so
The
far.
things that Scowan is saying, they're becoming scary.
Stress that a person mustn't fear, or else.
Fear never helps with anything. If worse comes to worse,
Kaiju, I'm lying to
you
a crowd
will
of
have
people.
To oppose it.
Sure.
Can't you use the power to make someone change their mind?
Yes, I
Their way of
can.
thinking?
You can, but it has its limits.
With the help of the Salutors, I can bend people to my will. But the effect never lasts long, and not every one of these people has potential. That's enough theory. Let's move on to the practical
Let's
part.
summon a Salutor and beat someone
Can you
up.
help me with a small experiment, miss?
Bzz.
With pleasure.
Wonderful.
You too, miss. I'd like to ask both of you ladies for a coin. A kopieka will do, and I promise to give it back.
Give me your money right now. Actually, I've used that in combat too, Under. Don't have it magical, but I did have one. Examine Polina's kopiek.
By touch alone, I am now able to uncover the secrets that Miss Polina is hiding from all of us.
This is starting to get interesting.
Oh, now you want to listen?
Let's see.
That's so weird. From the first touch, it's easy to feel Polina's grief rushing over the coin. It's mixed with the fear of whether the kopeck will find its way back to her. She acquired it with difficulty, winning it from card sharps in Mirov. Dickstein's teachings have found practical application. Oh. Polina is not the Ochrana mole at the Flying University. She's sincerely committed to Dickstein's activity and to the bridge tournament she often wins. Ice! Hi, Ice. Hello, hello. Hi, Zone. Miss Polina has a roommate. Oh, maybe it's Cecilia?
A Thaumaturge
Potentially.
can gain profound knowledge of a person from any object that belonged to them, however mundane it might be. Let's see.
Read my socks, Victor. A Russian coin, a symbol of the petitioner's oppression. Even in this piece of metal of negligible value, I can clearly feel the excitement caused by my choice of Cecilia for my experiment. There are sounds of a service from the nearby Orthodox church coming in through the windows. Fingers keep turning a coin as thoughts stray inquiringly. Is Thaumaturge dear to God? Is it? My doubts about the intentions of the young miss and her potential feelings have been faced with brutal reality. Cecilia is interested in thaumaturgical knowledge, not thaumaturges. Thaumaturgists? No matter how handsome and witty they are. She does not want to be with me. Alright.
The truth can be surprising.
Oh, she's sad.
Well, enlighten us already.
It's not her, but it might be you. I think it's the guy.
It's prudent that I ask if you consent to me sharing your secrets.
I don't have anything to hide.
Talk about gambling, the reason why she wants to learn here.
It's not true that you've nothing to hide, Miss.
You bet.
Oh,
I don't
Shut
think
up.
you've told anyone present here why you are so motivated to learn at the Flying University. It's because the Flying University is just the start.
you
for you.
bet.
You have very ambitious plans, and you dream about going to the Sorbonne, where you intend to pursue a career as a scientist.
That's right.
Let us focus on you then, Miss Cecilia.
Please go ahead.
I'm going to tell her about the gambling. People already harp on her enough. I feel like somebody has to have a Thaumaturge. My character's so handsome. Reveal to everyone that she's excited. Oh, I think they know. Refer to thoughts about God and thaumaturgy. Say what really fascinates her about thaumaturgy. I'm going to say this one.
Earlier, you were turning this small coin in your hand, listening to an Orthodox church service, and having intense thoughts about God's opinion on thaumaturgy.
That's right. What is your opinion on the subject?
I'm no expert when it comes to God, but if it is true that he created us all in his image, then I suppose I'm in no danger of being struck down by lightning.
Yet. Maybe for all the other things I did. I did do a lot of other
One more
things.
thing. You promised to explain something to us during the practical section. That section is now, right?
What I've just presented to you is the thaumaturge's skill of perception, which means reading that which is hidden. However, in order for perception to be useful, something must first be inscribed in an item.
Right.
I feel like the game is already
And
telling me
if
it's either her
someone
or the other
doesn't
guy.
have the power, but focuses on the message, will they be able to inscribe what they want?
Stress that you doubt it. It's worth trying, but I doubt it. I feel like that sounds like something a spy would want to know, though, which makes her very suspicious.
It doesn't seem possible to me. Also, someone without the power cannot verify whether it succeeded or not.
Fascinating.
Thank you for this truly enlightening lesson. At the same time, it pains me to say that it's time to end it.
But they are,
You
though.
have to end it now.
I have to be mindful of safety, not only of the students, but also of our hosts. Return safely and forget that you...
I feel like the guy
Can
is
I
the
have a
most
word
sus,
with you,
though.
Mr.
The most
Shulsky?
sus out of all of
Please
them.
indulge me.
The sussiest, if you will.
Thank you, and congratulations on
I mean,
an
we've crossed
amazing
2 people
lecture.
off the list, at least.
And
Very
about
sussy
our
baka. Very sussy
issue.
baka. He's like, what issue?
Mr.
Oh, I
President,
forgot.
but above all, Mr. Shulsky, what a wonderful experience. I will never forget it.
I'm glad.
I can't wait for our next meeting. Goodbye.
Come back safe, Jeswaf.
What if it's
Getting
him?
back to my
Oh my god, what if it's him?
It's not her. I'm sure of it.
That's good. It's a great relief. And you got it from the Kopieka.
Why don't you just tell
What
everyone
kind
to
of
give me a
magic is this?
coin? If everyone just gives me a coin, won't I just already know? Explain to him that you're not an illusionist. I'm not an illusionist. Explain to him what skills you used. I'll be nice to him. What if it's him? Though, what if it's just straight up him, and this was also he just wanted to know more. I know. Don't reveal anything.
After all, I can't reveal all my secrets in the first
Don't
lecture.
trust him.
Although the joy is spoiled by one fact that I must share with you.
Should I be nervous?
I'm afraid so. Someone in the merry gathering of students has bad intentions. To put it bluntly, someone here wants to betray you.
So it's true then. Do you know who this is?
No.
Not yet,
Which really
unfortunately.
bothers me.
So I advise you to be very careful.
I am an illusion. What are you hiding? Does a
Thank
coin do your
I will
thumb?
not endanger you any longer.
I think that would be the
Until our
best
next
way
meeting.
to solve this problem.
Certainly. Have a good night, someone.
But then this means
Be
that
careful.
we will have multiple meetings where I will have to just get someone's coins. Make a joke that Ligia seems to be smitten with Samuel, yeah?
Have a good night, Samuel.
Be serious.
You heard Jinzi what happened to Jin A through Y. I killed them all to obtain the title of True Jin. Felch, that's what happened. I thought you knew me better than that, because obviously that's what happened. Hello, Felch. Oh. No. Oh. But, Why is that the... Okay. Is there no follow-up, or is this quest bugged, and do I need to just restart? Maybe I should have a little nap? If I have a little nap. Okay, well, I do want to put on the clothes that I actually like, which is this one, and then I had this coat. Which pants did I have again? Oh, these are nice. There. I'm gonna have a little
Sleep is
nap.
a waste of time.
What? What do you mean?
No, I have too much to do.
If you don't shut up right now. Wow. They're all locked up. Oh, that costs too much real estate. Wouldn't want to do that. I can actually just I can restart it. I can do the ads real quick first, and then I can just restart it and see if maybe a quest pops up. Because you never know. With this game, you never know. I think I will try that, just in case. Okay, so I'll play the ads now. I'll quickly restart the game to see if I get an ad. Or if I get an ad. To see if I get a quest. Just in case, because I don't want to miss anything. Jin Z? See, I do say Z. Apparently Canadians say Z as well. I think it's very American to say Z specifically. I think. Jin was? No, I'm still here. Sorry to disappoint. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. Okay, so a quest didn't show up. There was no quest. But I tried. I think we're the only English-speaking people on Earth who don't say Zet. Zet just makes so much more sense. What this does make me feel like, though, the fact that I can't sleep, I think it means that was the cutoff, the main quest I did before this. I think that was the cutoff to being able to pick up anything anymore. Like, can I sit and wait? I can't still wait.
I wonder exactly what he's up to. What do you mean, who?
Yeah, so you can still wait, I guess. But you can't sleep. Why can't you sleep? Strange. Hi, Jeff. Hello. Also, thank you for welcome back. Why are we in the graveyard? Wait, were we supposed to be in the graveyard? Or are we just passing through it? Wait, no. Did I invite you here? Why are you here? Now I'm a little suspicious of why you're here. Is this where we finally find out that he's a suspicious man? Even though we already knew that?
What are you doing?
Come on, it's Rasputin. Yeah, what are you doing here? Did you steal the grimoire?
Your father was a great man.
That's a lie. Or how much is left of his greatness? So, see, well, at this point we have confirmation that he was really trying to protect me. Why do you think that? No. What are you doing here? Why do you think that?
Where did that thought come from?
I can see clearly what a great influence he had on your life, Victor.
Sending me away?
We both know how much you wanted to be his equal.
What a weird thing to say. You've already surpassed him, yeah.
My father doesn't seem as impressive to me anymore, now that I've
Do you want to see my collection of Salutors?
You think that's where it comes from?
Yes. Emphasize that your father did not have this many Salutors. Allude to his failure with the coterie. Oh.
He hasn't managed to gather the right people around him.
You flatter me. Your father considered himself Polish.
Is that what I did? I was talking about him.
And you grew up in France. Who are you, Victor?
I'm a silly little boy. Just a silly little boy. Hi, Bardgas. Hello. Emphasize that you're a Thaumaturge. I think I'm a Thaumaturge. Because I think that is what I am first before anything else.
I'm a Thaumaturge.
I also think that it's our nature that defines us, and not the place where our mothers brought us into this world.
Absolutely.
And what natures do those others have? The people around you. You've gathered them, us, intentionally.
Yes, because he's shady.
Everyone has a goal. We're only yet another stopover on someone's journey. And sometimes our paths lead in the same direction.
We already knew he was trying to get back to the court.
Romanov.
Honestly.
I need to save the Tsarevich Thaumaturge because I believe that only then can we have a future. I can help him. Do you believe me?
I don't know if that's the case in this universe. Admit that you'd like to. I think he's shady, though. Remember at the start of this game, we found that, I think it was like a kerchief or something, that implied he was already at the Russian court. He has been at the Russian court before, and he's in love with one of the courtly people? Or at least he slept with them, whatever. But clearly he was kicked out, so... I'd like to believe you, but I don't think so. Did he say he could help the Tsar? That he could help the kids, right?
I'd like to believe. I know that you're helping me, and I have a debt towards you, but I also have my doubts.
I do.
How can I dispel them?
You can't. I know too much. Point out how much his parties seem like a cult.
I can see what you're doing. You want to create a cult.
Therefore, your eyes deceive you. People flock to me on their own, and I simply do not push them away. We all share the same.
Yeah, but I mean, before he even came to court in our history, I guess, because we found this well before. Like he'd already been kicked out. He'd already ran. He has not cured the princeling yet. That's his goal now, to get back. Ask about his visit to the Orthodox Church in Praga. Oh.
Why are you visiting the Church of St. Mary Magdalene?
I was going to Tifa, but then there was more, and I didn't want to rush it. Hi, Tifa.
He believes in my mission and revealed that the Tsarina sometimes goes there.
Does that have anything to do with Kiryu?
Does it?
Where do you know him from?
I've also been to the church to pray.
Yeah, I was there to pray.
It doesn't matter here. What worried you?
He already seems a little bit off now. Mention others who also have doubts.
There are people who don't have entirely flattering opinions.
They think
about
you smell.
They say you
The
might
end
be
part too.
dangerous.
Listen, last time my title had a question mark, okay?
Do you know them?
I know better now.
Everyone has opinions.
I think so.
About you, or about other thaumaturges, Jews, women, American Indians, or about Christ himself.
Yeah, but you specifically.
What have you heard about me that's starting to frighten you? Have you heard about my wife? Maybe that I abandoned her for orgies and feasts? Or maybe you should just go ahead and ask me.
I think you should let me sniff your
Have you heard
socks.
about my wanton life? I don't judge anyone by who they sleep with, or how often.
Oh, that's not my point.
What else have you heard? And from whom? From the Petersburg Okhrana and its agents? From newspapers written under the strictures of Tsar?
He has a list.
What else?
He's implicating himself more than anything right now. Even with the queen and possibly all of the princesses, which is... Ew! No, not the princesses! Ew. Nah. Remind him that he knows things you haven't told him. That's true. That's true. I called him out about that before.
It feels like you know things I haven't told you.
Spying on me.
I can't be sure what you're telling me consciously and which ones only during our sessions.
It's hard to trust someone who goes into your head without you knowing what he does in there.
That didn't bother you before.
No, it did.
You invited me.
It still bothered me.
Remember? You yourself opened
It
your
was a
mind.
necessary evil.
I told you I hadn't investigated my power myself. It's a gift. I usually help those who...
If anyone is interested, Rasputin's member isn't... Oh yeah, I know. I know that one. Because it's so large.
See?
Might not be his,
I
though.
think I've dispelled all your doubts. Think what we can achieve, Victor, if you just come with me. Imagine that the thaumaturgical knowledge of the whole Russian Empire will be at your
I'm probably the best thaumaturge right now,
as
though.
long as Alexei
Come on.
Romanov is healthy.
Come on, I'm so powerful. Tell him to explain how he wants to do it. Ask what will happen if he refuses. Say he won't convince you. Tell him to explain how he wants to do it.
It all sounds lovely, but how would we achieve this ambitious goal?
Together, Victor. Together. And all in good time. You'll just have to believe we can do it. Do you
But
believe?
is that yeah, but no, but I don't though. I need to think about it.
I need time.
You've heard me, Victor. And after everything I've done for you...
It's because you're Rasputin, dudes!
Back when you're ready. Once you're on that path, path. There's no turning back.
Oh, am I choosing a direction right now? Rasputin will remember this. Oop.
You know where to find me.
With the horse. Like, he's just so untrustworthy right now. I don't want to. I don't want to? Go back to Rasputin when you're ready. You have to go there anyway. It's high time I went to Rasputin. Huh. I sense that Rasputin isn't telling me everything. I'll get back to him later. Maybe he'll be more eager to talk. Does that mean... Amir Bonakovich is interested in Rasputin in his own peculiar way. Perhaps the fact that he healed me has made Rasputin of interest to the old doctor. Well, yes. We know that. Should I talk to him? I don't really want to be his friend. I think he's a little weirdo. I think he probably sniffs socks too, but he doesn't need like a reason for it. He just likes to sniff socks. Super untrustworthy. Have you seen Anastasia? Well, like, that's the thing. I don't know if they do it on purpose as well, right? If they're just subverting our expectations of Rasputin. He's been shady either way. He's definitely been shady this whole time. But I don't know if he actually is in this universe. Or if I'm just using my prejudice right now to make this decision.
Look, Doubting Thomas has returned. I'm sure he wants something.
See, he's already like this. You thought the matter through. I don't want to come with you.
I've been thinking about what you said.
And it's a hard no.
You only show up when you want something from me. And when I ask for something minor, you refuse.
This is what I mean.
How am I supposed to trust you?
I don't want to be with you. Withdraw.
I shouldn't have come.
Then get out of my sight. And Yilla is more stable than you.
You see what I mean? I don't want to be his friends. What does when you're ready mean? Like, I have to go back to him apparently. But I don't actually want to. Is there nothing else I can do? Can I go back to that one place? Can I go back to the doctor? Will he still be at that one place? It's not, it doesn't show up as a quest, obviously. But like, whenever somebody helps you and doesn't ask for anything in return, and then they get mad at you when they ask for a favor and you say no, that's not just a red flag. That's like that's a whole red laundry load. That is so sus. So incredibly sus. Where was he again? I don't remember where he was. Were you here, maybe? You weren't in Povishla. It was kind of a nice place, wasn't it? Isn't it kind of a nice place? Disappointed that you didn't decide now, but also once you've accepted there's no turning back. Did you say that to me and it would take me at least twice as long to decide? I want to say no. I want to be able to say no, but I don't think I am. That's the church. That's the hospital. Well, that's clearly not going to help me. Okay, so not Praga. What about the bazaar? I'm just going to see if I can still go back. What about the people he murdered? Hi, Wise! Welcome back! Thank you very much for the resub. Oh, you're doing well. Let's see, that's the shop. Shop employee area. Locked, locked, locked. I wonder if I can talk to them at the Berg Rotblitz right now. I wonder if maybe they have something to say. I just don't want to go to... I don't want to go to Rasputin. Although I'm wondering if maybe it's just like the go back when you're ready is just that you can't pick up anything else afterwards. It could just be that. You're on vacation? Excellent. Hi.
Have you met your doctor yet? He's one of a kind.
I have. Where is he?
What's new?
Where is he right now? Nope. Oh man. If only I remembered where the doctor was so I could go check to see if I can talk to him. But I don't remember. I don't remember. I know he's not at the shop. But it does. He's mentioned, you know? He's mentioned in the thing. Well, shall see if the spiritual doctor have been followed. No, that was the first one. Rasputin thanked me many times and finally revealed Svetlana's secret to me. David Savarich Alexei, the future of Russia, is gravely ill. But he doesn't... I don't know. I don't think it is in order. Is it? No, I don't think it is. These are all side quests as well. I really just care about this one right now. This one is the Golem. That one's for Lelek. I think it was this one with the doctor. Was it not? No, that was afterwards. It caused a scandal involving Sophia. That one's also old. Where? Where? Why can't I just tell him no? Okay, I'm gonna go talk to him. I guess I'll just have to say yes. Even though I don't want to. Even though I really don't want to say yes to this man. I feel like I should be allowed to. But I don't think they're gonna allow it. I think I have to bend the knee to this idiot. This obvious sneaky boy who's gonna probably betray me. At the very least use me. Because the only reason he's even helping me is because he wanted a Thaumaturge, right? Let's be honest.
Look.
What do you want?
How?
I came to make an agreement.
Can I say no?
I'm all ears.
You won't be able to say that because your pride is too high. Remark that he needs you more.
Enough of these little games. You admitted it yourself. Without me, you won't get anywhere anyway.
I'm gonna be rude to him at least. Oh, look at him growling. See?
All right, without you.
Your insolence knows no bounds.
You are just using me, don't lie.
Confession isn't sincere. Atonement is
I don't have anything to atone for. Influence him to forgive you? Give him your conditions. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give him my conditions.
Let's stop pretending. We both know that above all, this is business. You need me and I need you. We both benefit.
Mostly you need me.
We don't have to love one another or even like one another. And if you think about it, we don't have to respect one another either.
Your pride is currently your salvation. But one moment of carelessness, and it will turn against you.
Sees the threats.
I'm saying this to you as a sign of reconciliation.
Immediate threats? Sure.
So, we're partners?
That's him saying, oh, I hope you don't fall off a cliff anywhere.
The church is waiting.
That'd be so bad. That would be a bad thing, I think. You're facing a turning point in history. If you decide to go with Rasputin now, you will lose an opportunity to complete some of the side quests. I've done every single side quest. Emphasize that you have questions.
Not yet. I came about something else.
Yes? What do you need?
Oh, he is immediately okay. Find out what he plans for you.
This whole farce, the thank yous, what's it all for? What intentions do you have towards me?
Intentions? That we become friends and help one another. And complement one another.
Uh-huh.
I have skills that you don't, and vice versa. I'm not hiding anything from you, Victor.
Oh my god. Don't stop lying. Well, I go hello.
This place look different.
Yeah, they look on drugs all of the time.
Everything is happening according to their will and with their blessing.
Oh wow, I'm sure you had nothing to do with it. Mention that the housekeeper quit, yeah.
Not all of them are as favorable to you as your hosts. The housekeeper quit.
She hates you, truly.
Well, Jesus had a point.
Oh my god, don't bring Jesus into this.
And look how it worked out for him.
Oh my god.
You're aiming high.
The highest. Anything else you want to share?
Ask about the people from the party.
All these people. You've gathered a colony.
They didn't like me either. Hope you don't happen to fall off a window.
Environments,
That
from
would
different
suck.
rungs on the ladder. And that's the most beautiful thing about this. What have you found out about them?
Oh, you wanted me to snoop?
How did you manage
Well, I
to
did.
convince the Tsarist officer to come to you?
He came of his own accord, like all of you. Lazarev has great potential. He's exceptionally eager. He senses that his country is sick, and he'd like to solve the problem. Is there more you need to know?
Maria is calculated. She stays close because in you she sees a chance for a better life.
She'll take anything, is
And
what you're
what's wrong
saying.
with that? I respect that. I don't demand that you all gaze upon me like a sacred
But some of
icon.
you should gaze upon you like a sacred icon.
There are all sorts of ways a person can win that for themselves.
Okay, well, I am not loyal to you. I hope you know that. But he probably knows that.
Magdalena still hasn't rid herself of her youthful naivete. I think she's honestly fallen in love with you.
Naivete.
Are you surprised?
Naivete.
Many a
My
love
God.
has such a beginning. She's a good girl. Let's not hold that against
This is another reason you should play it with Polish dubs.
Aniela is unknowable, and Lucian is unhappy about the changes taking place in her.
Aniela has completely given up her lust for my sake. She'd rather just pray and pray. I respect that greatly, but I must share my time with others.
She has
Do you
given
think
up
that
her
Lucian is
lust.
jealous about the time his wife devotes to me?
Probably.
It's possible.
Yeah, he might want to kill
Don't
you.
worry about it. Keep talking.
I wonder
and
if we'll
ask
see
him.
him die in this game.
Enough.
Enough about these people.
Go in.
Go in health? Oh, we're friends again? I see. Okay, but I am done now.
Can we go?
It's a little weird, though, that that one quest I couldn't do. Wait, I should save, though. I should save. I still think that that other quest should be doable, or should have a follow-up. I think it might be a little bit bugged. Yes, yes, yes.
Fine.
Let's go.
Fine.
Do you know what defenestration means? You don't? I can explain. Physically. And I fell asleep again in church. At least I look nice.
Victor, it's about to start.
Okay, well, I'm tired. I'm a little sleepy. How did I end? Ask how you ended up here.
Strange. I don't remember.
Yeah,
the
that's
way
because
here.
he's untrustworthy.
Not
And he
at
probably
all.
hypnotized you.
Should I be nervous, friend?
Wow!
No, it doesn't matter. I can deal with anything.
Pretending like he didn't have anything to do with it?
in a barn.
The Patriarch Kiru will soon begin an exorcism on a
Well, we are kind of yelling. It sounds like
I
we're
know
yelling.
that you and Kiro have a past. Why are we here, of all places?
I feel like everyone can listen in on this conversation.
Remember, revenge is foreign to me, Victor. It's not about Kirill. Though if by chance he trips up today, that would make me immeasurably happy. Unlike
It
Kirill,
fucks so
I
hard.
really do want to heal a boy who is suffering. The people must understand that I am the truth.
And what then?
Then, all that's needed is for what happens here to reach the right.
Oh, but he's already set
Off
that
to the
up.
market with you. Don't bother folks here.
You're not even looking at us. Can I punch the man?
Now I would like you to look around and determine how to
We're just
prepare
ignoring
the
him.
miracle of healing. Go now.
Really?
What's my role in all this?
The church is a divine stage. The sort I need to perform on to produce...
So you're
the
trying to
right
copy his miracle.
People will see me today as a miracle worker. What's your role in this? You're a thaumaturge.
So the only reason that he's gonna get anywhere is, again, because of me. And I figured that much. I figured that much. I was not at all surprised, but I'm not allowed to turn him down.
I felt something. Where is it?
Everywhere. Where isn't it, honestly? A holy icon? Let me look at this. A teddy bear with a missing paw. A book with a warped cover. And then I guess I should talk to the child? Set up the right conditions for Rasputin's miracle. He's probably gonna have me arrested as soon as he gets what he wants.
But Yushka, can we please start?
Patience, daughter, and humility. Keep praying.
Hi, it's me.
After all, you'll soon see the power of God.
Of course. But I still don't have my black book. Speak to the mother.
Is he your son? Why did you bring him here?
What business is it of yours? The devil needs to give me my son back. He's got me scared to sleep under my
Are you ever
own
scared?
roof.
Why?
He won't shut up about phantoms, and he lies and makes stuff up. And he holes and holes.
He holes all of
But
the
Yushka,
time.
Faster, have mercy.
This is my hole. It was made for me. He's probably just a thaumaturge. Are you a thaumaturge?
You.
All the time scared. You can tell he's crying by the way that his mouth moves. Say that apparently he's a liar. Ask why he tore off his teddy's bear paw. Why he destroyed an icon. Why did you tear off the teddy bear's
Why
paw?
did you harm Kartafeli? He said it really hurts now.
I didn't mean to. I didn't. I was angry. Papa didn't come back from the war.
He just has anger issues.
I know you destroyed a holy image. Do you want to go to hell?
No.
Who says that?
Mama?
Does Mama hurt you? Do you want me to kill Mama? You can do that. He holes? Yes, he does. Say that apparently he's a liar. I'm gonna be rude about it.
I've heard you were a liar.
No, I don't lie.
What a thing to say to a child.
It's not true.
And that you scare your mama making things up.
They just let me talk to the child. I don't know why they let me do that. He has a flaw. I can steal his flaw?
Don't get close to him. It's the devil speaking through him. He'll tell you anything to save himself.
So has he just absorbed all of the flaws? So the boy has a flaw that explains a lot but doesn't answer the question, what's next? I have to take the flaw. There is no vile devil inside Shimek. Just an ordinary flaw that influences his disposition, exacerbating feelings of incomprehension and loneliness. Exorcisms may only cause him more harm. If I could remove the flaw, the boy would certainly calm down, and Rasputin could take advantage of it. I should talk to him. Well, I am still missing some flaws, I guess. Right? I've been thorough, I think. I'm missing 3, so this would be one of them. The Russian-Japanese War? Oh god, I have no idea.
What have you got for me?
Oh, what don't I? Do you want crabs?
I've learned the boy carries a flaw.
Perfect. And what's next?
Explain that removing his flaw might calm him.
Maybe it's what's making him upset. If I took it away... But Kiro told me to move away before it opened completely.
Don't dwell on it. It's good news. Let's get closer to God.
We're getting closer to God.
Especially
Let's
since
get
it's a
closer
little
to...
too loud here.
Thanks be to God. They're going somewhere else to talk.
You didn't want to listen in? I feel like it was kind of important.
Down with the evil spirit. I drive you out in the name of Christ. Priest, leave that child alone. You stand in defense of Satan. He's not a child, he's a devil.
That's not how that works.
You're causing a child unnecessary suffering. He needs a different kind of help. True help. My help.
He's out here lying? Can't believe he's out here lying. Am I just absorbing it? Because there's nothing to fight.
Mama!
That's not Mama. That's Upa.
Quiet, don't scream. I'm not going to do anything to you.
Well, it's not entirely true.
Mama! Help!
He sounds so convincingly upset. Express your amazement that he can perceive you in Uper. He probably has the Thaumaturge powers to give up and remove his flaw. Interesting.
He sees you as I do. That only means one thing. Hey, don't cry, alright? How about we talk?
Well, I do want his flaw, though. I want it for my collection. Ask if he's ever seen a Thaumaturge.
Have you ever seen a ghost or a monster? One like him?
Once, one was in the wardrobe, the other in the kitchen. I'm scared.
You have a whole bunch of Thaumaturges in your
Have you told
house?
anyone about
That's
this?
kind of unfortunate.
My mama and the priest.
Nice,
Am I
Xiaxia.
going to hell?
Yeah, well, I mean, depends. Have fun at the child's expense? Oh no, absolutely not.
Calm down.
I'm not going that
Everything's
far,
all
sorry.
right. No one's taking you to hell. I see ghosts too. Sometimes they even help me.
Why did God do this to us? Doesn't he like us?
Okay, so you can absolutely get away with not taking this child's flaw, but that would be the good playthrough, and this is an evil playthrough. You sometimes wonder about that yourself. Oh my god, that's true.
Sometimes I wonder about that myself. We don't know what God is.
Yeah, little Lily, you're going to hell.
Will this take much longer? Kirill is about to declare me anathema.
You
How
just
can it be that he's crying here?
He's a Thaumaturge. I didn't know that earlier.
Do you see yourself in him? Do you want to help him because no one helped you?
What will happen to me now?
I'm gonna take your
Well,
flaw.
Victor,
I'm gonna take your
Well,
flaw.
you
I'm
have
so
time.
sorry, kid.
what will happen?
I am definitely taking that flaw, though. Take his flaw.
I've decided that I'll transfer his flaw to myself.
You're
For my collection.
mercifully taking something from him for your own benefit.
Yes. Yep. Don't tell Rasputin. I won't tell you shit.
Listen,
Are you taking me to my mama?
Don't explain yourself. Explain that what you're doing is for his own good. Yeah, I can't do anything that isn't prideful at this point because I'm so prideful.
we're about
It's
to
for your
go
own
up
good.
to your mama, and she will take you home. You won't see monsters anymore, and your mama won't get mad at what you say. Deal?
Yes.
Wonder which one he has then, though. Fright. Fright is a flaw? Being afraid is a flaw? If you don't shut up right now. With the ultimate fright run, basically, yeah. Mega pride run, truly.
It's all right now. Everything will be all right. Find peace inside yourself. Peace, yes. It's all right now. Be blessed, Shimon. Be healed. It's better now, isn't it?
Oh my god, he made the child not cry anymore. It's a miracle. Normally he cries 24/7. He literally hasn't stopped. I don't know how he's not
Shimon shares his
dehydrated
name
yet.
with the name of the greatest of Christ's apostles. And you wanted to drive Satan out of him. That's blasphemy.
Oh, you want to kill the priest?
So say I, Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin. The man you betrayed, Judas. We have made the words of God into an instrument for our own gain.
He's really going at it, isn't
Made
he?
sacred temples into a vanity fair. Satan exists, and he is here today among us. But not in this small, defenseless boy I have just cured. It works through its earthly acolytes. It enters the minds of those unblemished by sin, and sows chaos there.
You ever just full of shit? I don't think so either,
It's
Carrie.
time to stand against this.
I guess scaring other people, maybe, yeah. Maybe that's what he's doing. Although pride, with the flaw of pride, I am prideful,
the
right?
wizard who wanted to hurt my son.
Ah!
Where are you going? Stop him!
There, we're being sold out already. That was
Evil
fast.
takes root in each of us. We must be strong, because now we need a government of souls free from evil.
You mean you wanted to hurt my
In these
son?
dark times, we need a miracle of unity. Glory to Russia! Slava России!
Fuck you! He turned up with that wizard!
Oh, we're gonna punch some people, aren't we? Oh, yes, we are. Look at that.
Let us be strong in spirit. That is the only
He just...
way we can defeat Satan.
What the hell?
Down with traitors.
Oh, he's crying again. Shit. Whoop. That's a gun. He really said my work is done here? So can I still side against him now?
Hey, you! The devil with the book! You damned magician! I'm talking to you!
You want to fight again?
Hang on now. My cousin was recently telling me about a fella like that who was in the lockup in Śródmieście.
That was me.
Victor, do you need help?
Hey! Hey! Oh, useful, not gonna lie.
I won't say no. Looks like it'd be useful.
What was that you said, officer?
We fighting together. I thought he didn't like me. He does like me. We are friends now. Do I have enough for this? Yes, I do. I have enough to get a trait up to 6 right now. But I don't want to use it unless I need it. Like Bush the Younger, mission accomplished. Listen. Oh, I set up my, I wanted to say gear. Just not what I mean. I've set things up better. Do I want to... Oh, I can't Uparus quickly, can I? If I use my quick attack? Because he's so slow. But I can also use Jin. Is Jin faster? Absolutely not. Okay, we will just use you then. And I'll just get my... At least I'll get my attack for that, right? This one will slow his damage, so that's still okay. They have sabers, but I have the power of punching. Okay, so you will just be... Will you be deadish? You'll be deadish, right? Weakening doesn't really do anything for me here, I think. Unfortunately. That is a compass. I can still interrupt him, though. Interrupts are kind of just my bread and butter. I love the interrupts. It's so powerful. And it did interrupt him. And I have multiple interrupts now. Because I also put an interrupt, I think, on the next one. Look at that. He's just never going to get anything done. Oh, that's the focus reduction. Oh, who cares? See, because that one interrupts now too. Yep. That's a slow. Bills! Hello! Quick monthly check-in. Happy Pride! Hi, Bills! Happy Pride! Thank you so much for 84! Welcome back. You're on tournament now. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a really good day. Month? Year? Fist 12 damage, sword 4 damage. So that's why Russia was so bad. Yeah, they just needed bigger fists. I appreciate the XCOM reference. That's your avatar. It shows your avatar behind the door. You did the XCOM reference. It was you this whole time. XCOM? Yes. XCOM. At least, I mean, it'd be funny if it wasn't. No, it is. I was gonna say. It'd be funny if it just showed a random avatar. Yeah, we could just keep doing this. He'll die. That makes sense. More of them! I could have taken all of them easy, though. I don't think this man is even really doing anything. Lelak or Morana? Oh, they're very slow, though. But you will interrupt, so we'll do that. And then I'll just interrupt you. Even though you have an attack back. It's just that one. That one doesn't even matter. This one's a slow. You will be after. But you will already get interrupted, so we'll just take the slow. Aw, it didn't even really slow. Fake slow. Can we interrupt you again? Do we have the time? Yeah, we do. Easy. See, I really didn't need the help. It was just an extra. There, you got interrupted again. Now my quick attacks are even more powerful. And this will straight up kill him, so... That went well, I think.
Davolna, I can see you're in over your head, officer.
You want to fight me too?
Because these are wizard scum. It's not a fair fight with them.
Well, not Mikhail or Mikhail.
You and you. Get them.
We're doing another fight. We're just gonna fight a bunch.
Save your powers for later. They'll come in handy. Let's go.
What?
Mikhail, leave him alone, bastards.
Huh?
Geroy, you're coming with us too.
Why am I not fighting them too? Are we fighting? I'm very confused what's happening right now. What is going on?
They could have left me a coat. It's chilly here.
They're going to kill us.
We'll get out of this.
I guess I could have also kept them out of it then, right? Mock his fear? No, that's rude. That's very mean. And I'm already prideful enough. Trent weeks on my office is chaos. But I have one resident who refuses to wear deodorant and closes the door behind him. So now I have a small, stinky office with a sensitive stomach. Ew! Tell him to wear deodorant. Tell him to wash.
Do you know anyone who's gotten out of the Citadel?
We're gonna be the first.
First, the Ochrana will grill us. Then it'll be out to the prison yard.
Hey, kid. Look at me. Vanda will spring us from here. We just have to give her time. Have you learned to whistle yet?
Oh, he's all nice and stuff.
And remember, we were at Mass. We don't know anything, got it? Unlike him.
What do you mean, unlike him? You're throwing me under the bus immediately.
And now you're going to tell me exactly what happened inside the church.
What if I didn't want to tell you? Snitch on Rasputin? I want to know about Wanda first.
How is Vanda meant to help you?
I'm sure Vanda and our folks have already got the Citadel under watch. We don't leave our own behind.
Unless?
Don't change the subject. What about the church?
I'm absolutely going to snitch, by the way.
I didn't want this to happen. It was Rasputin's fault.
Who? That bearded monk?
Yeah, he's a little weirdo.
He took advantage of me.
You?
Me?
Jan Bialek.
No.
Please, no.
Are they gonna kill the boy?
Here. That's me.
I'd be interested to replay, actually.
Out of here, you understand? He's not even
If I'm allowed to save, I might reload before that that option, maybe, potentially. Say that you'll give Wanda his regards. Why is that prideful?
I'll give Vanda your best.
You watch out. I'll be back yet.
Bialek, you're coming with me.
Tell her not to miss me. And you, practice that whistling.
I wonder if I have an autosave just after that. I'm very curious. It probably doesn't. The autosaves are a little bit wonky. But I kind of want to see what happens right now. I'm kind of just curious. I can save. Does it have a save there? That one's, I think, already... That's 2 autosaves. That's the apartment. Did we do that many minutes? I wonder where it loads. That man is 15. Oh yeah, it does load here. That's good. He's just a child, I guess. Can I tell him to sort off?
I'll manage. Thanks.
As you wish. I'll stay close.
I want to know if he gets arrested either way. All right, that's what I want to know. It's important to me. And it's not like they were hard to fight. I'm just gonna punch you. Wait, are you uninterruptible? No, it's new negative states, right? And then we just fight you in general. Maybe I should speed this one up, actually. I could. That one's right after. They're so weak with their little sabers. Such weak little babies. Easy boy. No interrupt, are you sure? This one will though, right? Oh, one more chance. Oh, no luck. Dang, alright. Dang, son. Well, I do want to get rid of my debuffs, so you can have that, I guess. That's a lot of bleeding. We don't do that in this house. Thank you. I almost feel like I'm maybe a little bit too powerful now. Or maybe I have too many options because I have so many different salutors. I'm just way too powerful. Wait, you can't be interrupted, right? Yeah, so I might as well attack you either way. It didn't even interrupt him, so it doesn't even matter. You could, well, actually, can you? No, you can't. Bukovac your golem. Here, Bukovac him. And then we'll just try to kill this guy instead. Was he Bukovac earlier? I swear he wasn't Bukovac earlier. I hit a different one. Okay, you'll die. You'll actually still die. I have enough rounds because he's so slow. Tear out his throat, please. Here, I don't want you to attack. Just a little nibble. Okay, do I get it?
I can see you're in over your head, officer.
Why are you still here?
Because these are wizard scum. It's not a fair fight.
He's there anyway?
Enough. You and you. Get them.
We were just praying.
Like all of them. Let's go.
Michal, leave him alone.
Why does he still come along? That's so sad. Did the guy's mustache just phase in? It's a very impressive mustache, that's why.
Although they could have left me a coat.
They're going to We'll get...
Seriously, why are they still in here with me? They should have kept their mouth shut. Maz, hello.
Do you know anyone?
Alright.
Hey.
Well, we say roughly the same things. Maybe. You saved the kid? No, we're snitching. Of course we're snitching. Alright, don't say anything because I'm not actually that bad of a person. I'm a nice person.
I hope Vanda was right about you.
I am very nice.
Bialek, you're coming with me.
Well...
Tell her not to miss me.
So much for that. We tried. I guess you won't have to try that if you play the game now. Scratched wall. One of them proclaims, "Welcome to Little Hell. Pray for death." That's fun. The mattress is covered with dark stains. Blood? No, someone shit the bed, literally. Resignation oozed from the wound along with blood. It stained the material, displaying flashes of life before glazed eyes and filling the mind with certainty. The certainty that death was near. That's what I say, Ronnie. It's obvious. Prisoners call this place Little Hell for good reason. It doesn't take a thaumaturge to see that this place is full of suffering and fear. We have to get out of here, but how? We have to sit down. That's what we have to do. Got nothing on me! They probably have something. That's the problem. It's just that it's not actually a bad thing. Do you want to hug, small boy? Apparently he's not actually a man. Yeah, they're not very good at showing age, are they? Yeah, this kid is supposed to be, what, 15? Tried to catch his attention. For what?
Pankratz is going to be so happy when he sees you.
Who's going to feed him now? Poor Pankratz. He'll starve to death.
Aww.
They're going
oh, that's the cats. Find out more about Yannick.
Where are you from?
From here.
And even 16.
I live with my grandfather in Praga. He fought in the January uprising. He raised me after my
I have to save him for the cat's sake, if anything. It's
I wanted
important.
to make him proud. And that's why I joined. Our faults.
Say your father is dead too. Say that at his age you were mainly traveling. I was. Yeah.
I was traveling a lot at your age. France,
Why is that
Belgium,
prideful?
Petersburg.
That's all right for some. The carefree bourgeoisie.
Wow.
Yes,
Don't deny
I was
it.
born into money. But money doesn't...
Shut up, Victor. Shut up right
Greatest
now.
lie that we tell poor people.
I'm on Yannick's side. My
Even
God.
so, believe me,
What a
my
guy.
life wasn't as much of a fairy tale as you'd imagine. My best friend's father was in debt to a dishonest loan shark, and we wanted to help. I think we were younger than you.
And we had a gun.
And what happened?
We went to see him with my father's gun. The one I carry with me.
And what? It went off.
Yes, while I was conveniently pointing it at his head.
A lone shark died on the spot. My father handed me some suitcases and a ticket and said never to come back.
So, he sorted it out. Sounds like a good father.
I don't know. You know, I sent in my request letter for my approbation, so today I checked if it already arrived at its destination, which it has. However, with just a random 120-kilometer detour. And then they have the audacity to slap the Go Green logo on top. Nothing screams for the environment more than shipping a letter around for a 120-kilometer detour. I'm assuming they did it with a batch, maybe? But yeah. I feel like logistics is where most of our problems come from. You and Rasputin deserve each other. Yeah, we're kind of made for each other, I guess. Sahibla, pure coincidence, of course. Of course. Admit he's right. No, I think he's actually right.
Maybe you're right. A little.
I didn't get arrested.
Shulsky.
Hey, it's me. Up to the gallows.
Your turn.
See you.
That's exactly the problem, Ronnie.
How touching. Move your ass.
Is he dead? Did he die? Oh, it's him! Of course it's him! Personally! You gonna try punching me? Do I have no power without my book at all?
That was disappointing.
Is he actually dead?
Did you know him?
Yep, he's super dead. Where'd you put my father's grimoire?
You deceived me, Chief. The book wasn't where you told me I'd find it.
But I could have sworn. How extraordinary.
Really?
He says, Roast beef! Welcome back! Time for end 2 Elder Pokemon. It is. It's gonna actually, like, they told us it was the point of no return already. We're definitely ending it today. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Hello. Destination is 15 kilometers from here, and they sent it all the way to Dortmund, only to send it back to where it was supposed to go. Yeah. I feel like maybe it's a funding problem, but what can you do?
I can see you're still using it. I remember how it ended the story of a particular loan
It's a nice gun. It looks
and
nice.
That sizable problem of yours, is it still following you?
It's in my pocket now. Reply that it might turn up here. Ask how Vanya's doing. Ask where your father's grimoire is.
Maybe we can chat about my father's grimoire.
If you behave. Tell me anything of value. Then I'll be able to find a way
Do you want the lottery ticket numbers?
I wouldn't want the dredges to pull you out of the Vistil afterward. Like Svetlana Petrovna.
What about her? Press him on the location of the grimoire.
Great question, but where's my father's grimoire?
I will have one answer.
Unable to come to an agreement.
Oh, yes.
All this is to get at my father's friends, isn't it?
More location of the grimoire.
I'll ask one last
I'm just
time.
gonna keep asking. Are you, I am, Otter.
We are done.
I'm so gonna end it today.
Leave us alone.
You gonna punch me? Gonna punch me real hard? With your fingies? Can put your fingies in my eyes? Ask if there will be an interrogation. No? You get silence. You get nothing. Otter, how are you doing today? Oh, hello. That's a lady.
I don't need to introduce you to.
Was that Maria or was that Magdalena?
I know everything that I could read from
Oh,
this object. What are
wow.
you expecting?
Results. Find out what he did in the church and where.
So you're working with the Ruskies.
As you wish, sir.
Wow.
Let's not drag this out.
Ask about your father's grimoire.
And maybe you know.
I'm just gonna keep asking everyone.
It's supposed to hurt.
Why would it hurt?
Pleasure.
You're not reading like that though, are you?
Greetings from inside your head.
I intend to make myself at home here.
I still have your snake. Are you mad about that? Tease her? I'm gonna tease you.
Did they ban summoning souls in Warsaw so you got a job here? Or did they finally work out that you're a charlatan?
We're not thinking about me now.
We are.
You won't
You
trick
might
me
not
here,
be.
and you won't escape either.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Save your energy. Think about the church and who you were there with.
Is that how you work? That's not how I work. Don't hide Rasputin. Direct your thoughts to Shimek. Think about Kirill. Think about Kirill. Who doesn't love thinking about Kirill?
A Batyushka who sees the devil everywhere is no surprise. Strange company for a Thaumaturge.
He's such a nice guy.
You're terrible at choosing friends.
I don't have any friends. What do you mean? Think of the exclusion that affects you all. The exclusion that affects you all? What does that mean?
I'm used to
it.
I trust no one anymore.
Like that.
Not
Gotcha.
least thanks to you.
You're mad? Latch onto the idea of compensation. Direct your thoughts to Sophia Scallon. Why would I do that? I don't want to do that. More of a grimoire than a grimoire, and no one wants to answer my questions.
You've got nothing that would redeem your guilt.
My guilt? Of what?
Samira, focus.
Taking your snake? I've really... Oh, this one's also pride. Focus on getting revenge on Konechkin?
It's suicide. Konechkin is a determined, vengeful bastard, and he has people everywhere. I'd sooner tear off your head like he wants than take a risk like that.
Why? You lack the dimension force or a salutor. Heart 7? Huh? You need that? Okay, that's insane. You would have to skip one for that. Focus your attention on the coterie. Bring up the Tsar's secret in your memory. They probably already know that, though.
Right. Think what we could do.
I'm sad now because I wanted to use that one.
Gallows.
Maybe.
We're
Are you
playing
done?
badly.
Like you, Val. I got it at a secondhand store. Everyone really liked it. It was $5.
Alright. What?
Let's get out of here. That's what you want, after all. I'll help you, but you're taking me with you.
Even better, right? I feel like I exclusively shop secondhand, honestly. Is Sophia hot though? Not really. She's kind of a bitch. Ask what her plan is. Say you won't leave without your father's grimoire. I want my father's
I'm
grimoire.
not leaving here without my
Give it to
father's
me.
grimoire. I'm convinced Konechkin has it.
I should kill him.
That's right. It's in his study. 2 floors up. Just don't dawdle.
Oh my god.
Go. I'll hold Konechkin here.
Wow, Duke just paid for my cozy sweater. Duke, thank you very much. Thank you for space. My brother's new gaming laptop just arrived and I'm controlling myself so much to not open the giant Amazon box myself, but it's his gaming laptop. That's the kind of relationship Otter and Mumpo have, Wall. It's all in good fun, I promise. Hope we keep our grimoires around, especially ones called Vice. If they talked back, that would be better.
But not for long, so hurry.
Are we gonna kill him? You should stab him, though.
Make it snappy. I can't hold him here long.
You should stab him. He's standing there. Just stab him. Stab him? His face. Stab him! Oh my god, it would be so easy to stab him. Find your father's grimoire. Okay. We're gonna go up. Well. I should save you first? Can I not? I can't? I probably need... Should I save first? I should save. Just in case. I kind of want to save the kid, if I can. Less talk, more grimoire. I feel like with the grimoire, if it talked to me, I think I would be better than Rasputin. I think I would be able to save the Tsar's son and maybe also sleep with the queen. I don't know. Panja Papa's grimoire. Oh, they have some very wild pronunciations in this game. What's the earlier one now? Oh, I forget what it was now, but it was so funny. I was like, huh? Clearly you don't know what this word is. But they make you read it anyway. I'm so sorry. Always been skittish like a cat? Oh, you just want to open the boxes and then sit in the box? Love Red Snake. Riots in front of the St. Mary Magdalene Orthodox Church. Yesterday was a highly turbulent day for Praga residents. The events in front of the St. Mary Magdalene Orthodox Church unfolded as follows. According to witnesses, everything started while an exorcism was being performed inside the church. The ritual wouldn't have ended happily if not for Grigory Rasputin, who was there to cure the possessed boy. He then delivered a fiery sermon that provoked the troublemakers present in the church to start a brawl. Shots were fired. He said somebody's hair looked bad, actually. The crowd went at each other's throats and a scuffle broke out, which then moved outside the church walls in a last spurt of decency. The police were called and local patrols also arrived on the scene. The brawl lasted about half an hour. A few of the most aggressive ringleaders were arrested, while the rest managed to escape during the confusion. Oh yes, I was so aggressive by standing there menacingly. I hate when I do that. Hi Arthur, hello. I actually know a Svetlana here in the middle US. Ironically, she works in a government office with another Svetlana. They're congregating, I think. Hi Revenant, hello. 100% spies. They have to be. Clearly. Scallan's biography? Why? Do I care about Scallan? I don't think I do.
I felt something. Where is it?
Oh, that's the grimoire. But first, I must know more. Are you the grimoire? You don't look like a grimoire, actually. Yeah. Stanislav's file. You know about the divorce, of course. Case of the death of the lone shark. Relationship with the Russian... Okay, so they knew everything, basically. Copies of correspondence with Nadia Mikhailovna Shulska? Oh, that's... Is that not the wife? Yeah, it is. They were still talking, then, for a while? Testimonies of notaries public and their chartered accounts regarding the business activity. Oh. Spies for the gatherings, so they knew about the gatherings too. Copies of Viktor Shulsky's correspondence. I should never have told them anything. I should have never have talked. Ohana archives. Okay, okay. Oh, and Ad is gonna play. Wow. I'm finding secret things and now Ad's play. They do it on purpose. I'll be right back. Okay, hello. I got lemonade and I ate a cookie. Because it's Pride Month and I can do whatever I want. List of persons suspected of thaumaturgy. Okay. All of us. Madame Samira. Sarah Rifkin. Really? The thaumaturge from Povishla. Witness testimonies. It's probably Ariel Roffe, right? In Povishla? Pretty sure. Did you bring enough for the class? Actually, there's a lot of these tiny cookies. They're these tiny strawberry cookies. They're very nice to just snack on. Bought a Samsung Galaxy Watch 5 Pro to replace a Fitbit Vera 3 smartwatch I purchased just over a year ago. Just came in this morning. I'm charging it right now. Enjoy that. It's definitely the witness testimonies and not that you introduce yourself as a thaumaturge wherever you go. It's not me. Right? It can't be me, because I'm not from Povishla. And also, I don't know why, because they have Stanislav Shulsky on there, right? I feel like they should just have me as his son, as the same person, almost. Isaac Sofa? He's dead. And I know that Ariel Roffe is from Povishla. But also, he doesn't like me now. Ligia's file? Ligia Shulsky. Really? So she has a business now, and all of the correspondence. There's a note on top that reads, at the chief's special request. Excuse me? Are you being suspicious? Samira's file, of course. Copy of birth certificate. Noy Sandes, Kingdom of Galicia and Romeria. Oh, and parents are dead. Victim testimonies? Material evidence of fraud. Oh, of course, of course. That's his father? Yes, it is. Wait, that's a different one? It's made of thin porcelain. There's an imprint of red lipstick from Samira. An afterthought has attached itself to the lipstick. It's full of panic and fear, like a bird whose head someone is about to twist. This is the end of freedom and independence. You're trapped. The man sitting in front of you has you in his grasp and will not let go. That's why we should have stabbed him. Why didn't we? That's obvious. Samira didn't volunteer to work with Konechkin. The chief forced her to cooperate and very much enjoyed his control over the fate of the Thaumaturge. I should take these documents with me. Obviously you should. So true. Oh no, that's the grimoire? I didn't want to pick it up yet. I wanted to pick up the other thing first. Wait! Can I reload? If it skips me, I want to reload.
What do you think of this, Father?
Why are you observing it? You should, like, be very quick. Oh, we're going to start to read it, though.
Let's see.
Oh, no. Are we going to waste our time? It's okay. I saved. I can reload.
Shulsky, there's no time for reading.
Why not?
I can't read this. It's like describing colors to a blind man. I don't get it.
But I'm still reading it anyway.
Whatever you're mumbling, I don't care. We need to go.
Yeah, that's honestly fair enough. But can I still look at the thing on the table?
What happened?
Because I will reload for it.
The guard peeked inside this cell and everything fell apart. Konechkin was furious. It'll take him a little while before he regains his composure, so let's not waste time. I'll lead us out of the gate, but what then?
Now we start sprinting. We put on our sprinting shoes.
Their people are observing the citadel. They'll pick us up.
What about the boy?
Sounds like a plan.
I want to get Yannick out. I saw your files.
Sarah Rifkin, right? I saw your files. You like playing with fire.
I haven't been her for a long time. Did you hear what I said about escaping?
She is so right, though.
Before we leave, I'd like to grab one of my cellmates.
What? Have you lost it completely?
He's just a boy and he has a cat.
I have to, because he doesn't know how to whistle.
I don't know what
You'll
that
get
means.
Lost here. I'll go. You secure the passage to the gate for us. Just wait for me there.
Okay.
I'll be waiting.
But wait. Can I actually? I can. Okay, thank God. I was gonna be so upset. Surveillance was underway, and with it, a precise plan was taking shape. Because why not? She would gain independence, invulnerability, freedom, everything she dreamed of. And as for him, he'd have someone to share his home with. Someone to bring some warmth and a smile into his existence, a little life. Sorry, you want to marry my sister? Nah, shut up. Ew. Do not marry my sister. Konechkin's interest in Lygia is not purely professional. The chief wants to separate her from her relatives and propose a marriage of convenience. I don't like it, but perhaps I could take advantage of it. Ew. Ew, ew. Oh, that's my file. That's me. Case of the death of loan shark Mishko Sechmin. I did that. That was me. Oops. I can't stop killing people. How does he know about the case with the loan shark and Obarichi? Well, that's very silly. Of course he would know. The page with the detailed report from the autopsy on the loan shark's body sparkles with joy. Happiness hovers over the photographs of the body, flows over witness testimonies, and colors the list of physical evidence. Because Stanislav Shulsky will do anything to protect his unruly son. Anything. Uh-oh. Konechkin uses every shred of knowledge to subjugate thaumaturges. In Father's case, it wasn't his own misdeeds but mine. Only the threat of his son's arrest prompted Stanislav Shulsky to cooperate with Johanna. I had no idea. Do I feel bad now? Do I feel bad about that? I feel like I should feel a little bit bad about that. There's nothing else here, right? Yeah. Oh, we are definitely fighting. That's okay, though. Yeah? You want to fight? We got the time? Veles or Krampus? Uparogen? No, I think I can actually just, I think I'm gonna deal with you, myself. And you will be Velest, though. And then I'll use another one while I turn off the other guy. You're gonna shoot me first? No, you're not. Because this is a double one. And then my next action will be faster. I can take you out with Lelek or Morana. Obviously this one for the next one. You know. Ow. Ow. Okay, that's good, because then you'll still interrupt him. And you will die. Because this one is now just ridiculously powerful for no particular reason. But he won't have one yet, so I can do this one first. And then my Salutor will be faster, which is really good, actually. Oh man, I'm in so much pain though. Ouch. Presumably. And you have the time? Good. That means you super die, and you get super interrupted. Should I actually just... You know what? Let's see what it looks like if I speed them up even more. Faster cinematics in combat. You have very fast as well. Let's see how very fast is. This will kill you. But maybe... Will I have time? Yes, I will. I will try to interrupt you instead, I think. With Veles also, just in case? No? Veles, please? Oh man, we suck at interrupting today. I don't know why. Alright, well you'll die though. And then I can just use you to interrupt instead. After I kill your friend with my ridiculously powerful powers. Well, you're gonna interrupt him, so that's okay. I think I can even use Lelek for this? No, I'm already fast enough. It doesn't even matter. This will kill him. It literally doesn't matter. He will die. Just a casual 48 damage? Yo, that's so normal? Okay, no, that's escape the Citadel. But wait! I was gonna save my boy. Nah, wait a minute. But my boy. But I was gonna save... Huh? Okay, y'all saw me pick the option to say I want to save this boy, right? Y'all saw me do that. Because I feel like the game just didn't register me doing that. Is it because I spend too much time or something?
You, what are you doing here?
Oh, is she going for him? Oh, okay. I'm exploring.
It's a long time since I was in Warsaw last. I wanted to explore a little.
Show your pass, or you're under arrest.
Alright, I guess we're
I wish
fighting.
you luck.
And you, what are you grinning at? Grab the rest of those fuckers in the barracks.
You can still keep grinning. That's okay. You don't want to grin at all? Okay, they are both... Yeah, they both have that impact, unfortunately. Bukavach or Golem. So that's you first. You will be after, but I think I would rather try to interrupt. It did not interrupt, but I did get a buff, so it's okay. Alright, well maybe slow you. Uparajin. I might actually just use it for heals. Or... No, I don't think I will actually. You get lost, so you better secure their escape or something? Oh, is that what she meant? Okay. Okay, she just confused me. She's a confusing lady. I like her though. Shoot everyone! Don't worry about it. This one is just the mega finisher at this point. Doesn't get better than that. Really doesn't. Okay, well I already have a buff. You don't have anything. Alright, I'll go for you. Velas and Krampus. Leleka Morana. Don't mind if I do. Oh, that one is just him moving closer. Is that really it? Oh, that's what all of them do that? She's very confused. There you go. That's good. That's better. Okay, but I kind of want you dead, though. And you have Velas or Krampus. Well, I could still Velas. I could try. It's all just maybes, you know? Ah, let's go! Very good, very good. Okay, so well then you're obviously going to die. I wish I could AoE that, not gonna lie. Do I want to try interrupting? Yeah, that's still in time. This one is slowed. The slow is honestly much better than I thought it would be. Oh, this will actually kill you. Straight up. I should use that one more often. I always just use her to interrupt, but this is also very powerful. Wow, I'm getting barely any experience. Hey, I killed a bunch of people. Are you proud of me? Hi. I guess maybe otherwise she's there with you?
So, have you mastered whistling?
I don't know what this means. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Is the whistling a reference to something?
That's how you do it.
Ah, okay. Well, now he'll be able to do it, of course. That's very good. She's just there.
Come on, folks.
She's just standing around. No one will notice. Thank you, noob. I'm proud of me too. Did you know that this month's goal is for playing Bread and Fred with noob?
I'm so glad to see you.
Which is definitely not going to be a cursed experience.
What about Michal?
Oh, he's super dead. Sorry. It wasn't my fault. I tried to keep him out of it. I tried to keep both of them out of this.
Thanks to me, the rest got out.
Yeah, it's true, actually.
Move.
I feel like it'd be so weird to leave Yannick in the prison. I would never do that. Hi, Alexander. Hello. Yeah, bread? I love bread. Not sure about Fred, though. Wow, you don't like Mumpao? Doesn't seem right. Look at him. He's so mad at me. See, they look like burn marks, but they keep saying that he has slashes? What kind of slashes are those? Oh, that's the doctor.
Please, come
Oh,
in.
he holds his grimoire in his coat, in his
One
pocket
should
in the
be
front.
alone at a time like this.
Emir, they killed Michal.
He is not altogether lost, remember.
What does that mean?
I'm going to see Burke. The rest should know.
Wait, what does that mean?
Come on, Yannick.
Right? That's a burn scar. It looks so much like a burn scar.
The famous Madame Samira has honored my humble abode.
Thank you for taking us in.
You must be exhausted. Please go ahead to your rooms upstairs. I'll join you in a moment.
Are you coming?
We're part of the resistance now. We're resisting together. We're doomgoosing together. Duke, are you feeling a little doomgoosey? Is that the vibe today? You feeling a little bit doomgoosey? Just a little bit? Tell her you'll join her in a minute.
I'll be there in a moment.
I need to go look around. I always look around first. Pistol bullets. The vessel contains the words of a Thanksgiving prayer. Its intention is to send grace to Dr. Emir Bunakovic, who helps everyone, even revolutionaries, even if they've been shot. He brings relief and asks no questions, like a true angel. What a nice guy. Well, I guess you could leave. I don't know why you would want to leave, though. Well, I could leave there. Can I talk to him? No. Patient charts. I refuse payment. With a sick child, I refuse payment. 2 rubles for a dressing. Suspected gynecological disease, thank you. Instructed her to go to Anna for a consultation. They've been anonymized. Bernakovic's concern for patients extends beyond medical treatments. It appears that he also often refuses money for his help. He's such a nice guy. Bernakovic is a doctor by calling who sincerely cares about his patients. He pays no attention to their social class or background. If he can relieve their suffering, he will. This is not a common attitude. He's a nice guy. It's 3 doom geese in a row for my vibe checks. Duke, I think you might have a type. Don't want to tell you, but... Bye, Arthur! Have a good lunch! Thank you for dropping by. Read. The Morning Gazette. Is that the same one? Yeah, it's the same one. I already read that one in the prison. Full of dried herbs, as well as homemade ointments for concoctions. Acerbic thoughts hang between bundles of herbs. When something works, it works. Who cares if it comes from folk medicine or a fancy lab? Half-wits could also benefit from reading Avicenna and including hygiene and exercise in their treatments. What? Exercising? No, I don't think that's true. Is that the last one? You bet. That is the very last record. I have everything collected now, I think. Do we have updates on you? That's a very slow version. Yeah, that's him. Wait, places? Probably the Citadel? Yeah, that's the Citadel. Officially the headquarters of the military and a symbol of the might of the Russian Empire. Oh, and then it's his practice, yeah. Do I have my gun back? I do. My grimoire. Father's grimoire. Oh, it's a fly. Mine doesn't have anything as like a symbol? I cannot decipher them. I need help. I know who's gonna help you. Yeah, that was the last one. I have everything. Except for this guy. I don't know why. The armies standing on the board are composed of figures and arguments. The bishop of deep conviction beats the rook. The black pawn prepare an heuristic ambush. The white knight gets ready for a counterattack. And so they remain, locked in battle in eternal suspense, frozen in a discussion interrupted by death. But there is nothing on the board. Our little loot goblin? Me? I don't think so. I don't think so. I just, I'm a completionist. Sometimes. Hamail. Ah. Will that teach me more about him? Scientific brochure. Inheriting the talent for thaumaturgy. When it comes to thaumaturges passing their skills on to their heirs, little research has been done. In this work, I shall present my own hypotheses. However, the issue requires further study. For many years, it has been believed that the talent for thaumaturgy is tied strictly to either the male or the female line of a given family, or potentially a given another goose. What is with the geese today? Not anymore. Ha ha ha. A geesy day today. However, deviations from this were far too frequent to be termed mere errors of nature. The works of Gregor Mendel may shed a bit of light on this issue, particularly his theory about dominant and recessive genes, which I refer to in Chapter 4. Apparently, dominant and recessive genes has been disproven now too, which is confusing. Very confusing. Patrick, did I say hello? No, I did not. Hi, Patrick. Hello, hello. What can I tell you, my dear? Human acrimony knows no bounds, but one must believe in one's cause and doggedly take one step after another, however small and pathetic it may seem, or at least that's what I've been telling myself so far. After years of fighting, not so much against disease and poverty, but against prejudice and malice, I feel quite drained of strength, and am seriously considering the prospect of abandoning my work. The 1,000 needles stuck into my supposedly tough skin have left festering scars. First, the difficulties and refusals when I wanted to start a practice in Warsaw after completing my studies in Zurich. Then, the rejected candidacy for the Warsaw Medical Society, despite having a recommendation from the Professor Hoyer. After that, there were the problems in Petersburg, miraculously interrupted by coincidence, thanks to which I became a doctor in the Sultan's harem. And finally, a cornucopia of unpleasant insinuations, which I was treated to by both the press and my fellow doctors. They say you should look for your inner strength, because it is that strength that is needed most in times of darkness. However, I am sympathetic to you and your dilemmas. Do not hesitate to come and talk to me. My door is always open to you. The first woman doctor to open a practice in Warsaw. Amir is a doctor and a Thaumaturge who combines traditional medicine with scientific achievements. See, you should always check the rooms first. Now we can sit down.
Make yourselves at home. The tea is brewing and it will do us all good. Madame must be the Thaumaturge Victor told me about.
Did I mention that?
For the time being, I'll assume we all have good intentions.
What if we don't?
As for me, you have nothing to worry about, sir.
What if I have evil intentions? Assure him that you trust Samira. I do trust Samira in that she doesn't want to be anywhere else, but... I don't trust her, no.
I must point out, however, that our escape from the Citadel went exceptionally well.
Tell that to Michał, right? True. If Konieczkin wanted to spy on you, facilitating the escape would be the perfect cover.
That's not why I don't trust her.
You can easily check. I'll open up my mind to you if it helps.
That won't be necessary just yet.
But it might later.
Do not mistake this somber moment for one of peace. This isn't the calm before the storm. We're in the eye of the storm. Time is scarce, the risk is great, and the consequences will be irreversible. I trust you've got the Black Grimoire already.
I do. But that's not the reason I don't trust her, though. The reason I don't trust her is because we already read that she's a scammer, that she actively scams people. And then earlier in Konieczkin's office, or, well, the torture room, I guess, she literally said, I don't trust anybody here. So why would that change? I feel like that's more a hint than anything else. What's the danger?
What do you think threatens us?
You're a wanted fugitive, so detainment, interrogation, and probably the noose. And you, miss.
The noose. They won't waste time interrogating me.
Oh my god. Say that you always consider the consequences of your actions? Do I?
I always consider the consequences when I set out to do something.
But I suppose they've usually only affected you.
I mean, usually, yeah. Oh, I'm too prideful for that.
Why don't we move on from doubts to solutions?
The solution is to combine all of our individualities. Separately, we're all too weak. But if we form a pact, its consequences might reverberate throughout Russia, possibly even all of Europe.
A Thaumaturge pact?
Who knows? Maybe that way.
We escaped.
Not only our own necks.
We did great. I punched a bunch of people, and I think they're dead, which is good. Ask about Wanda. Oh, yeah.
What about Wanda? Aren't you afraid she'll seek revenge?
Yes, and that revenge will push her to extreme measures. But what we're trying to build might save her.
Why would she be mad at us, though?
It's one of the reasons that time
We're
is
so
of the
nice.
essence.
Admit that you've retrieved the grimoire and ask what's next. I can't read it.
Grimoire back. It was where we both expected it to be.
Have you studied it yet?
Yeah, we're very nice. What do you mean? As a result of your decisions, his path is closed. Oh yes, I've tried, yeah.
I've browsed through it. My father somehow managed to conceal the meaning behind written words. I can feel that it's there, but it keeps slipping away.
I think the combination of our powers
That's a very nice
might
place.
solve your problem.
Can you tell me what we're talking about exactly?
Before he died, Stanisław Szulski created a hypothesis upon which he tried to use the full potential of Thaumaturge's mental bond.
You mean peeking inside each other's heads? It is not arcane knowledge.
But it is knowledge.
Szulski believed that connected Thaumaturges could share their
Can I have a
powers.
whole collection of Pokemon?
It's still just a hypothesis. How can we verify it?
Only through an experiment, I presume.
Okay.
Let's not waste any more time. What else do we need to form such a pact?
First of all, a fourth member.
Oh, I wonder if you could have
The
recruited
other one
Ariel
you
Roth.
mentioned. Who is that?
The only one that comes to mind.
Oh no! Well, he's not gonna help, is he?
He crossed my mind too. Do you think he could be useful with the reputation?
No, he
has?
will not help. Because
hasn't shown up at the
he
Rouges
hates my
much
guts and he'll probably try to kill me. How well do you know Rafa?
Do you know him well?
Why would we go for him at this point?
People talk
Oh,
about
no.
him in the neighborhood.
Branson, hello.
Sometimes more, sometimes less. Don't give it too much thought. Needless trouble.
I have Branson, that's why Ariel Roth is now mad at me.
Do you know where I could find him, if not at the bazaar?
I know he used to live somewhere in the heart of Mirov. Maybe there.
Can I just say no?
The bizarre Thaumaturge.
Can I explain that this is a bad idea? Oh my god, I cannot say that this is a bad idea. He wants me dead!
I'll bring him here.
What do you mean?
I'll try.
No, it's not gonna happen.
There's also the question of that Rasputin.
Yeah, we hate him too. You have no intention of going back to him.
After what happened at the church in Praga, I won't have anything to do with him.
I do not like him.
But he's been in
I didn't
your
in the
head.
first place.
We don't know what kind of knowledge he might have gained there.
Oh, everything.
How do you think I should resolve this situation?
Maybe
It
have a
would be
good
most
cry?
imprudent to let such suspicious people inside your mind for too long. Any
Yeah, I know.
carelessness may cost all of us dearly. But you're still bound to him somehow. I'm afraid you'll have to end it.
What do you mean bound?
Tell him it's not him, it's
Oh,
you,
God.
and so on. Remember, this is no longer a question of only your noggin.
Madame, the tea is ready. I have to go down now. Good luck, Victor.
Right, Branson? Everyone has liked it a lot so far. Oh, now we're in Act 3. Okay. At the crossroads. Oh. What? Wait, that was the quest I had? Something ends, something begins was the quest I had? They said, do you know The Witcher? Beastie Beta!
You're checking if I'm not plotting.
No, I'm just checking on you.
I'm just cautious.
What do you want?
They have a lot of someone so-and-so will remember this, though. Ask openly about Sarah Rivkin.
Who is Sarah Rivkin?
You saw my files at Konieczkin's.
Yeah.
Sarah Rivkin is none of your business.
But it's you, is it not? Point out that she owes you? Yeah?
I think you owe me one.
As far as I remember, you were the one who put me in the hands of Johanna.
Actually?
And then I got you out of them, alive.
Do you want the long story or the short one?
You don't have to hurry. Give up!
Long.
Be quiet.
I've got time.
Quiet. So, a Jewish orphan, Sarah Rivkin, was born in the Austro-Hungarian partition. When the street decides to end her, fortune sends her help in the form of a popular psychic, Madame Samira. Samira adopts Sarah as her daughter, and they become
Oh, and then she died horribly. Right? Keep listening. Don't be a dick,
Madame
Victor.
Samira can see more than others. She's the one who made Sarah realize her thaumaturgist nature. But Madame also has enemies who can reach her in the safety of her house. Sarah knows she has to disappear if she wants to stay alive.
So you took her identity. I guess it wasn't too hard for a Thaumaturge to act as a psychic.
So I broke in and killed her?
Indeed.
That's kind of sad. You'll remember this? Appreciate the fact that you told her about yourself. Oh, yes.
Were you close with Madame?
Wouldn't you be close with someone who raised you?
No, doesn't have to be.
It's not so.
It's really not.
It was Madame who taught me how to live, not the streets. She was unique. By adopting her name, I believe I saved her in a way.
That's kind of cute.
This is the least I can do to repay
Also
her.
a little sad, but mostly cute.
Why did you decide to come here? With Madame's money, you could be anywhere.
Wait, was she rich?
Anywhere is neither worse nor better than here. But the gaze of Samira's assassins won't reach here.
Wait, but why do they want her dead?
How did you meet him?
You'll know when you deserve to.
Oh my god, I want to know more though. Appreciate the fact she told you about herself.
Thank you for opening up to me.
Look out. I might start to like you.
Oh, but I said I don't trust you. Are you sure?
Let me change the subject.
Finally. How long can you pity yourself?
But I was asking about you. What do you mean? Find out why she ran away with you. Because she thinks I'm stunning?
What actually convinced you to
look at my character? Wouldn't you?
A woman without secrets becomes vulnerable.
Try to guess? Let it go. Absolutely not. The writing in this game is so weird sometimes. Oh, it has some quirks. 100%.
Surprise me.
Uh-oh. Assume you've impressed her. Why would I say that? She wanted freedom from Konechkin. She believed in your cause. No, she wants freedom.
I think I was the perfect opportunity to get off Konechkin's leash.
I wouldn't call it a leash. Rather, an entanglement.
Oh, you guys fucked? Oh.
Am I right?
Perhaps.
But I'm so nice. Ronnie, please.
What are your impressions after meeting our...
He's a nice guy who makes tea. When a woman says surprise me.
Or are you just being polite?
No, I trust no one. Point out that you don't really have to talk. Explain that you wanted to know her opinion. I want to know your opinion.
I just wanted to know your opinion. If what we are planning here is going to work, you'll have to trust us at some point.
Okay, that's rich coming from me.
He's a good felcher, but he seems to be an experienced thaumaturge.
He seems really nice.
And it's not easy for me, but I think I would trust him. Not that I have any choice.
Okay.
I'll come back later.
Sure.
No, I mean, I will. I have to. It's the main quest. But I have a multiple now, right? A fourth for bridge? Why would I do that? Okay. Let's go talk to him first. Let's go get our ass kicked. Let's go have him yell at me. I don't know why we didn't bring this up. We should have brought this up. Oh, what are we reading? Oh, okay. Well, I think we already read that, did we not? Can we actually get more experience? I don't think we can get 3 more points of experience. It seems like a lot. Oh my god, I'm wanted now! Oop! No reward is offered. It is a civic duty.
Intriguing.
I'm gonna get beat up a bunch.
What don't you understand? Documents.
Immediately say you're innocent. It's ask what this is about.
What is it? Can't one take a walk anymore?
Yet. Not with that book.
Okay, we're doing anti-thaumaturge stuff now.
I won't say it again.
Just let me punch him.
I'll take over. Documents, or are you deaf?
He does the same thing.
Show them to me and you can be on your way.
Unbelievable. He does the exact same thing and expects different results. Show Lazarus the documents. No.
No.
Yet? I'll teach you to respect the uniform.
We'll do fisticuffs. You thought I was gonna just do what you told me to do? Outrageous. Disgusting. Not even once. Alright, I'll put in gin. Okay. Well, I guess I could. Either way. Oh, they're all question marks. Because of their thing. You know? Do you ever just have a thing? Because I sure do. Okay, well I have to use it on someone else though. Like, maybe you? Veles or Krampus? Well, we're gonna obviously Veles again. Do you ever not Veles? No. Absolutely not. It's the best way to be. Because I have speeds up my next action by 1 round. But it's already 1 round. But I can't just waste that one. That's outrageous. Reduces damage by 80%. Bukovac or Golem? Should I try to punch him in the face with Golem really hard? It doesn't really do much. And he's so slow. But he can't slow him as well. Inflicts double damage if you're in the suffering state. I could make you suffer, but I think I'll slow you first. Should have salutored him there. I think that would have been more useful. He's not even gonna be dead? Confusing. He really should be. He's no longer suffering, but again, he should be. That was just, you know? Can I punch you with him? Will you super die? No, you won't. Well, he is slowed, though. But I think I'll just do this. I'll just interrupt you again. I think it's probably because I didn't have my max on. That's probably why. You can't make it, right? No. It's not like they're strong or anything. Okay, now I can eat you. Stop it. Get some help. You're still not dead. Shut up. Does this kill you? Yeah, it does. That's better than the other thing. That's kind of funny. Sad also. A little sad. That attack is stronger than my finisher. That's not right, man. That's not right. But it'll be more by then. Does it still count it as only 1? I was gonna say, it shouldn't. That's kind of unfortunate. I think that's
Sorcery. A little patience and I would have dealt with it. What am I to do with them now?
I don't know. Y'all yelled at me. I feel like something that the game should potentially do in the future as a patch that would be a good idea in this case, because it is how most turn-based games seem to operate, and it makes sense, where if you lock in an action that obviously has a reaction, that it takes that into account for any further actions, right? So just now, when I use Morana to do damage, her damage is based on how much focus they have left, or how much they're losing, I should say. And it still treated her attack bar, as in how much damage she would do, as if he'd only lost a single focus. But I'd already locked in him losing 2 more points of focus. And it would be nice if the game said, oh, okay, I see that before Morana uses this attack, they will lose 2 more points of focus. So then it will do this amount of damage instead. Because otherwise you just kind of have to think about it. And you don't want to do that when there's that many targets. Give him some advice. Give you some friendly advice.
We'll have one less problem to worry about.
Wonderful idea.
Kill them.
I won't take you up on
Kill them all.
I don't know what Rasputin sees in you.
Wait.
This is not a good time for Thaumaturges. Skawans put out a warrant on all of you.
Oh, it said all of us. Why did the translation say all of us? Were you supposed to have been one? Ask what you're doing. What are you doing?
You better tell me what you're doing here. I don't think your being here is a coincidence.
There are no coincidences in Rasputin's plan.
Ew!
I was looking for you, and I found you. He needs you. Now.
I don't like him, though. What are your plans?
What are Rasputin's plans? What does he need me for?
It's not for me to guess his intentions. You won't find him on Povonskovska anymore. Go to Povishle and find a
He's
brothel.
hanging out in a brothel. Why am I
There,
not
among his
surprised?
lesser brothers and sisters, Rasputin puts his will into action.
His lesser brothers and sisters? If you don't shut up right now. I mean, that's nice and all, but I'm gonna go see this guy first. Everyone is mad now at the same time. But I'm just gonna leave. Because that's, it's really none of my business. Oh, I can only go to these places. Everything else is locked off. Yeah, you really can't do any side quests anymore, which makes some sense. I guess this is more an epilogue than anything then. Like a final act. Anti-Thaumaturge leaflet. Youth, join the fight for a happy Varsha with no magicians nor devils. Oh, wow. Look, I will beat you up. Don't think I won't. I will beat you up. Absolutely I will. Hello, old woman.
What's going on here?
Old woman.
A crusade in the name of God, that's what.
Oh, how's that going for you?
Is it offer inside?
Ah, okay, we're gonna fight.
Mother of God! Sonny, there's another one!
Oh.
Are you messing with my mother? I'll kill you, so help me God.
Of course you will. You're all very balanced human beings. Tell them to disperse.
The crusade is over. Go home.
Leave.
In the name of the Father and the Son, we don't fear the devil. Follow him, boys, before he takes your souls.
I'm gonna beat up your son. Oh my god, Riordan. I feel like that's the one fact people keep bringing up about this man, about his deck being on display. Oh my god. Is it really that big? Is 28 centimeters really that big? I think it's pretty reasonable. Ah, of course you would have that one locked. I want you dead, though. Upar and Jin, do you have a better one for it? No, you don't. I'll just use it on you? Potentially? Yeah. I'll do both. Then I'll knock him out too. The boys can't stop me. I'm far more powerful than the boys. Should I heal? Is it a good time to heal a little bit? I think so. Unless, no, you know what? I don't want to do that at all. I want somebody else to also have this. Very reasonable, I think. Okay, well, I have to do you first. Yeah, because you're last, so you will still have that suffering state. That obviously doesn't kill him. Well, then I'll just do that to him as well, won't I? It's okay. Everyone doing the math immediately. Stop shooting me! We're talking about dicks. Okay, so you are... Oh, you're next, really? Well, then I'm not gonna have to kill you first. But you do get one shot, so that's good. You still have some time. Do I do it again? Maybe. More fast. I should just use this one, I think. I don't know, not everyone's gonna do the math. I wouldn't do the math, personally. I take every opportunity not to do math. It's my thing. It's not doing math. Maybe I'll just do it again. Oh no, because he's slow now. That's too bad. I think I might just use you instead. Oh, you're not actually there yet, though. Okay, but it's still fast. I can quick hit him to death after that, I think. It still counts, and your friend will still die. Oh! Really? I do that little damage? Oh, it's because you have your thing back! He's right after. Okay, but he'll still die. Rip Branson. But thank you for the videos either way. I understand the meaning. Lelek or Morana. Alright. But they don't really have a fast one, do they? Not really. Then I won't either. I'll just use this one. You're too slow anyway. Does he still counterattack? No. Easy. What are your boys gonna do now?
Take you. I hope you burn in hell, bastard. My Tajik. Spishek.
Now you see what Crusades.
They're not dead. I didn't kill them. Or well, maybe I did. I don't know. Who knows?
This isn't over. My beautiful Tajik. My son.
Did I actually kill them? That's okay. That's aggressive. Listen, that means that everyone else also died, except for the ones that immediately talked to me afterwards. I guess he owes me now for having saved him from this mob. But I mean, he's going to jump me, right? Hola, amiga. I missed the Warsaw sirens. Blah blah blah. Yada yada. Wait, so you're super alive? You didn't die at all? Did you lie to me? That's okay. I guess I probably deserve that. Oh, are you dying? Did they beat the shit out of you? I guess you're really weak. Maybe you would have been fine if you had the golem.
Come here to gloat, Shulsky?
I don't know, did I? Jump this!
Don't speak. You're losing a lot of blood.
What do you want?
How'd you get this beat up? Tell him what you came here for. I know you took quite a beating. I'm calling for a doctor first.
Hang on. I'll get help. I know a doctor. He's a thaumaturge.
Forget it. If only I'd had the golem.
Oh, yep, there it is. Those people won't hurt anyone anymore. I murdered them.
If it brings you any comfort, I sorted those guys out.
Lean over. Lean over me, posh boy. Let me tell you something.
Are you gonna spit in his face?
Fuck off.
Honestly, fair enough. Yeah, no, you know what? That's fair enough. Couldn't have said it better myself, actually. He's so right for that. So I guess this is what happens if you take the golem from him. Or, well, not take it from him. But choose to absorb it yourself. Oh no, he's doing the Arthur Fist. He's very upset. But Jay's still alive, I think. He's dead, Otter. He's a corpse. Well, now we can't have a fort for Ridge.
The time for vengeance is here.
Okay.
Warsaw free from magicians.
Are we fighting again? You bet we are.
We came for Rofe. Let's take this one too.
Ah, there it is.
To the torch.
Of course.
I bet he's in cahoots with the
Oh, there she is
I can
again.
tell he's the same kind of vermin as the Jew. Put fire
She's
to
just
them,
here
boys.
to tell other people to kill me.
Stand back, Granny. It's gonna get gory.
This is a different group, but they look almost the same. Tell them to get out of your face. Get out of my
I'm
face.
not in the mood. Fuck off.
Kill him before he says anything more.
I will say so many other things. Now he's dead, but he wasn't before. Listen. That's beside the point. I'm into cahoots. They're awesome. I like a little bit of cahooting. So just a little cahooting as a snack. See, oh, okay, well, this is Uper and Jin, so they're so slow. But Velas is still an interrupt, and I like interrupts, but you're actually, like, a guaranteed interrupt. Even though you're after, though. Ah, sod it, we'll do this one first. No interrupts? Come on. But look at my coats. Have you seen my coats? Okay, then we'll interrupt you instead. The one after that. That's fine. It's fine. And then he at least won't attack me. Because he'll have a Menti B. Thank you. Don't you feel awful? Stop it. Just because I'm killing your friends? Incorrect. Okay, so he'll die either way. I can interrupt you again because I have the speed for it now. Which is great. I love when I have speed and flexibility. I can... Well, you have a react, so I don't want that. But I do want this one. I will use this again, even though it'll be too late. But I need it for later, potentially? Maybe? Punch you again? I'm so aggressive, it's great. Oh, this will actually... Okay, but that will kill him, I have to. And this will kill him, I have to. She's probably now my most powerful one. Which is sad, because I don't get to see Lelek so much anymore. And I love Lelek. I want to see Lelek all of the time. I'm very curious now to see if I play a playthrough where I'm super nice all of the time to everyone and let everyone have what they want and I bend the knee, if this will still happen. If people will still hate Thaumaturges. At the very least, Ariel would live if I gave him the golem. Sorry, let him have the golem. It was my golem, okay? It was following me. It was unreasonable. Also, how would the golem have saved him? The golem is not that strong. The golem is actually probably my worst one. My worst salutor, unless I speed up his actions. What you should be getting is a Lelek. A Lelek or a fishwife? You'd feel better. Oh, he's in that brothel. Of course he is. Of course he is. There I am again.
People come up with.
Yeah, I didn't do anything. I'm nice. Oh, hello. Another one of this. It's the same ones everywhere. Oh, hello. Journalist notes. He is tall, well-built, has a penetrating gaze. That's not the only thing he has penetrating. And an intense smell. Smell of faith, zeal, something like that. Uh-huh. What's going on? Supper for all, poor, rich, equality. Overthrowing hierarchies? No, he emphasizes that he wants to preserve order. What's the goal? The good of Russia. Oh, you interviewed him. Wait, but does that mean that there's something else? That there's places everywhere? No, you know what? Nah, it's probably near him, isn't it? It's probably closer to him. They're all talking about the Rasputin. Ah, there he is. A bottle of wine? Oh, he really thinks he's Jesus. Pieces of bread. There it is. Bread, wine, apostles. There's no shortage of references to the biblical Last Supper at this feast. Rasputin must have had some goal in this blunt symbolism. The journalist's presence is also not a matter of coincidence. Apparently, Grigori wants the news of his Last Supper to spread. That's weird. Don't like that. You're so weird. Rasputin, why are you so weird? Everyone needs a Lelek. They'll feel better.
Wonderful.
I'm a friend now? Ask if this is the miracle he was hoping for. What is going on?
What's the occasion? Do you want to thank me for something again?
Not today. Today, all of you gathered at this table are equally important.
Ooh.
I want to celebrate you with this humble supper. I hope you'll join us.
No, thank you. I have a lot to do. Get to the explanation of the coterie issue. Oh.
Grigori, we have to talk.
That sounded serious. And one should sit down before discussing.
We are currently seated. We are sitting
Perhaps
down.
During supper. Will you join
Again,
me?
I am already seated.
Did you invite the press?
My sermon must have made quite an impression on her. Good.
This liar.
Tell me more about this occasion.
What do you want to know?
Why she chose this place? Huh?
The corner near the brothel. It was cozier at the Nadezhinskis.
Was it?
But today, we wouldn't all fit. Look around and see how many believers we've gained.
Oh, that's what we're calling them.
Are you saying that they were attracted by the miracle at the church?
The one that I did?
Of course. And the
My miracle?
is as good a place as any other. Better even. Here, lust trumps propriety and the nakedness is a symbol of truth.
Uh-huh.
We're celebrating truth here today. truth in community.
Why is he doing it? Ask who you can expect to be here. Point out the similarities to the Last Supper. Oh my god.
You went to a lot of trouble to prepare this supper. To what purpose?
Showing off?
I wanted to meet, to talk, to show my gratitude to those of you who have persevered on the path of truth.
Uh-huh.
Despite adversity.
No, I
Bless you.
I don't stand with you. That's the whole point.
Who can I expect
is that I don't want to be here.
This supper?
It's difficult to mention everyone. My flock keeps growing.
Flock mentions.
People are different. Strong, wise, weak, dumb. Some stumble and never get back up. They will be missed today. I pray for this.
You're telling me they're dead, and that's too bad, but oh well.
What's important is that you came back.
Uh-huh. I didn't really come back, because I feel like now you're just calling me one of the weak and dumb people.
A discerning
And I don't like that.
notice that
I
your
resent
supper
that.
resembles the Last Supper, the one from the Bible.
A supper like any other. There is a host, his guests, food, and drink.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this meal will not be my last.
Oh, it won't be, but you will die horribly.
That will do.
That'll do, pig. That'll do. All right, I guess.
All right.
Because I have to stay. I can't say
What do you
no.
plan to do after?
I can't say no again.
God created the world and placed a beautiful garden within it in the east. Then he placed a man there. The plan is for us to meet in paradise as well.
Oh, you're gonna kill me?
There we will get that which we deserve, my friend. No more, no less.
This sounds like a threat.
Do you recall our conversation over your father's grave, when I asked who you feel you are?
Yes, I replied that I am defined by Thaumaturge.
And I promised you all of the Empire's thaumaturgic knowledge.
You're probably lying. And
it
ad is going to
will be
play
so.
soon. I will pause.
So help me God.
Oh, well, that was fast. And good timing. He was just done talking. Okay, I'll be right back. Real quick. Okay, hello. Person in the background reminds me of Woody from Toy Story. Behind the barrel? Or... Okay, say that it's enough for him to keep his word. No, it's not. Assure him that you trust him. Talk about the coterie.
Can we talk now?
Your serious matter.
Yeah, I don't want to tell him anything nice.
I was
He can welcome
approached by
back.
certain people. They want my help in reviving one of my father's concepts.
I understand. I know how much thaumaturgy means to you.
Oh, that guy.
What is it that you
I could see
expect
it.
from me? Should I be afraid of something?
Always, yeah. So you've come to bid him farewell.
This is goodbye for us, Grigori. We've had our moments.
We had
but
so
now
many
I want
moments.
to go my own way. We have different visions for the future. I will work on accomplishing mine with other thaumaturges.
Thank you for your honesty. I have been very eager to eat this Passover meal with you before my suffering begins.
You want to suffer?
Wait a minute, my friend. I will be with you shortly. I still want to show you something before you leave for good.
Are you going to try to kill me? Rasputin will remember this. I am in danger.
I am telling you now before it happens, so that when it does take place, you may believe that I am he.
Now I feel even more threatened. Now I really want to leave. Don't drink. Don't drink anything that's on his table. Wah!
Water! People, give me water!
If it helps, I also blew out my own eardrums. Did Rasputin straight up die? Huh?
I've got you. It's okay.
What is my uncle doing here? What the fuck? Did he just explode? Oh, is he gonna try to do the miraculous rebirth? Oh my god, that's what he's gonna do, isn't it? Oh my god.
Death is like an infinite void.
I'm great. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. This is going very well.
Where am I? Is this hell? Well, I could have said.
Listen. I can't help it. I have to beat people up. Okay, I know that there are other solutions that don't involve murder or beating people up horribly, but that's just not who I am. That's not who I am. I have to beat people up.
I'm telling Mom, all you Thaumaturges are crazy.
Uh-huh. Scared the absolute mess out of me. I'm so sorry. I also scared the shit out of me. I'm so sorry. I know. I'm a lurk stream and I just scared the shit out of everyone listening. That's not what lurk streams are supposed to be for.
And the teacher said, Victor, is the right here in the classroom with us right now? I almost pissed myself.
I already heard that one. I was shown that one. By Upur. Who's much nicer, by the way. Here for the murder, as you should be. Well, we're going back?
Slow down. You'll get your clothes all dirty.
I'm the head of this family, and I deserve respect.
Oh my god, my dad's in hell too! Of course he is. Wait, is there nothing here? But there's so much... glitter! Kinsey, it's not glitter. Okay. This is ridiculous. There you are.
Put me in an early grave.
Probably. Am I gonna talk to my dad in hell? This is a study, isn't it?
This is the end. You've lost.
Wow! The evil playthrough just sees you go to hell. Literally. Hi,
Did
Shaori.
you not hear what I said? This is the end.
Uh-huh. Demand that he leave you alone. Ask if you died and gone to hell. I can ask.
Has death come for me and dragged me to hell if I can still see you?
Hell must wait until a verdict is reached. And a verdict requires a trial.
What trial? Is this some sort of court?
Oh, is that one yours? Oh, he's a fly. There's a fly in his grimoire too.
Yes. A trial.
Oh dear.
The conscience of Victor
Uh-oh.
Of what do I stand accused?
Oh, what don't I stand accused of?
And what weighs on your conscience?
Well, it doesn't weigh on my conscience. Think about the golem. Oh no! I can't heart 7! I don't think I have the points for it anyway. I think it's at 5. Do I?
A clay colossus. A beautiful, destructive...
If I can, I will probably reload for it
The threat
later.
you visited upon us.
Yeah, you did that.
Yes. And do you understand why?
What do you mean, why? Oh my god, dude. Immerse yourself in understanding. Okay.
Good. So you understand that every victory requires sacrifice.
Oh, why he had to kill the guy and not tell him why? That's why?
Ultimately, the golem rests at your side, correct?
Yeah, someone else had to die for that. Dimension of Force or a Thaumaturge. Stay with the comfortable thought that it's better this way. Oh my god.
Yes, I made the right decision, and I won't change my mind.
What about Lygia? It's your fault that pride made you tear the ambition from your sister.
Yeah.
You have so many flaws already. What use do you have for another?
It's my collection.
Your
I collect them.
will never be the same again.
But she's more flawless now. Repeat his words to him. The goal only justifies the means. Yeah.
Good. The defendant learns from his mistakes.
He really says, I'm smart, so this makes
Go
sense. Actually. Wish for the trial to be over. Summon other thoughts? We don't need to wish anything.
It's all right. We have all the time in the universe.
Think about Thaumaturgy? Think about Lygia.
Your twin sister. Despite not having your power, she was only ever kind to you.
Well, not only, she keeps bagging on my style.
She was genuinely happy to have you come back to her. She was alone here.
And I look great, thank you. As a result of your decisions, this path is closed. Focus on the attachments you have.
That's very noble of you. But is there room for a caring sister in your plans
Yeah.
for the future?
No, there is.
I don't think so.
What makes you say that? What a weird thing to say.
Soon you will be left alone again. And in time, no one will remember you.
You're a very rude man, you know that? Think about it with relief.
Do you mean to say that you don't care?
So you need a 7 for almost everything.
Supposedly, we only live as long as someone remembers us. After that, all traces of us disappear.
Will you need the Golem for
Go
those? I think Golem is deed, so probably. I need 6 for all of those. That one's 7. I could actually have gotten that one.
You're a
I might
Thaumaturge,
reload for that because I'm so
as
interested.
was your father, your grandfather, and your great-grandmother.
Uh-huh.
You've always thought of yourself as better than others because of that.
I mean, yeah.
The defendant admits to his own pride.
I mean, yeah.
My power also reminds me daily of the disappointment I felt after you disposed of me instead of protecting.
I guess he did protect, though. Didn't he?
Rubbish. I always understood you and did everything to protect us, at any cost. You're a fool if you still don't.
But I do, and I feel like Victor does too. So why am I not allowed to say that? Wallow in rebellion. Oh, I could do mine 7
Pride won't
too.
let you admit that your truth may not be the only.
I want to reload for these because they don't let you spend points in the middle,
And the Black Grimoire.
which is very upsetting.
You always coveted it. And behold, according to the last will, it's yours. Do you think this means you've never meant anything?
Yeah, again! I think that one kind gesture won't change anything.
You
That's still
fight
true,
for
though.
the sake of fighting.
You're still a
but
bad
you no
dad.
longer know why. Stand by your word.
Like, objectively, he just shouldn't have had kids. Because he's just a terrible, terrible dad.
That's enough. Accusations and evidence have been presented, and witnesses as well as jurors have expressed their opinions. Are you ready to hear the verdict?
Well, I'm gonna reload because I want to spend some of my points. Stand tall in your pride, yeah. Arthur Fist.
You have no right to judge me.
Oh.
Not after what kind of father and husband you were. Enough, I say. This is not my end.
Oh, and then he just doesn't? No, what?
Look how skillfully you wield this mighty pride. You have turned it into a real weapon. Take it and begin one of the paths ahead of you. There you will find out how your story ends. This is the only way you can atone for your transgression.
I didn't transgress anything. Everything I did was on purpose.
Rasputin and the coterie?
There may be other paths available. Which one do you prefer?
Definitely not Rasputin. I don't like him. Bout to Rasputin! What is the other path?
What do you want to tell me?
That you can reach the world following path.
What do you want to tell me? He was the best guy around. That's what he wanted to tell me. Gohan, hello. Welcome back to Keep It There Resub. Hope you're having a good day.
Paths less trodden. But now, focus on what's in front of you. So?
Well, not, obviously not Rasputin.
Why the coterie?
Because they're not Rasputin. Say you will succeed where he failed! Stress that it's because they're not Rasputin. Oh no. But that's literally what I said, so now I have to say it.
It's enough for me that they're not Rasputin. I'm not expecting similar
I don't like
charlatanism from
Rasputin, that's why.
So, you accept everything that was meant for you, and you will use it as you see fit.
Does that mean I can read the grimoire now? Potentially? So my ear infection to end so I can hear in my ear again.
With events taking this course?
Why does it sound so squelchy here? Sure?
Yes, I want this.
I think?
So, remember what it is you're feeling now, when the time for the trial comes.
And you? What would you do in my place?
I died beneath that tenement house. What you see is an embodiment of your pride, conscious or doubts. Those are the things you're arguing with.
Wow! That is so rude of you.
You are your own worst.
That is so rude of you.
Go now.
You go. Ask if you'll meet again?
Will I ever see you again?
That's entirely up to you. You are in charge here.
But he's not a nice man. Regardless of situation. He's very rude. Oh, I'm in bed again and I look great. I only have a few scratches. My outfit is still entirely in one piece. I wonder if I can go back to the tailor, actually. Maybe that's ruined now.
Let's meet in paradise, the garden near the fountain. Satan has asked to sift all of you as wheat, but I have prayed for you that your faith may not fail.
That seems like it's from Rasputin, though. Think about whether you had a bad dream. Examine the letter.
I have an idea who the author is, but I don't know how it's possible.
Because he blew up? Suspicious?
I have no idea where to look for this paradise.
So, you're telling me I was right and he's doing the whole resurrection thing? He's trying to do the resurrection of Christ?
I don't remember how I ended up here. Is it possible that what happened near the brothel was just a dream?
Upar could tell you.
Right. A dream wouldn't hurt like this.
You don't look that hurt.
I'll think about this later.
Suspicious. A note left on the bedside table while I was unconscious. Rasputin, is that you? See, because I have 1 level. That means that the other, the flaw I absorbed was for heart. Maybe I'll just leave it. Maybe I'll just leave it. But I do wish that they would tell me about this. I'm also curious now, because I did say this at the start, whether or not NG Plus will allow you to keep your points. Because you can't really do everything otherwise. But maybe that is the choice specifically. Skills that reduce the enemy's focus will reduce it by 2. Additional 2? Or just always 2? But this is a number 3. Or is this a buff? Seems like it's a buff, but it doesn't say additional 2. Makes the none of these are really ones I actually want. I'm gonna take heart because that was my initial flaw and it just feels right. A cup of cocoa. Thank you. That's cute. Towel and water dish. Okay, so they just brought me to the house. And laudanum. That's drugs, right? Family is a difficult subject. I could be accused of a lot of things when it comes to relationships with loved ones. However, they didn't turn their backs, they didn't erase me, and in a moment of crisis, they took care of me and were sincerely concerned about my health, despite everything. That must mean something. I don't have a new outfit yet. I should go check on the tailor. Is that really the most important thing right now? Yes. Another one! Marry me! I expect nothing from you, and I will not force you to do anything. All I need is to be close to you. I will do anything to give you the freedom you desire. You will be untouchable, I promise. That one is 100% from Konechkin. Just no doubts. Alright, so Rasputin is going to resurrect himself. No, nothing extra here. And then he's going to become the miracle worker, which I don't think is something that... I don't think that's a thing that happens in reality, where he pretended he was resurrected. One catastrophe after another. I know, I'm so sorry. Oh, hello. What do they want with thaumaturges? Oh, I wonder if she's gone. I wonder if she left. That'd be sad. She's nice. She was always nice. Hey, did she leave? Me not even asking her what she's doing. Clint, why did you write me letters? Why would you do that? She's just standing there with a gun.
Christ, don't sneak up on me like that.
Did I sneak? I don't feel like I snuck. Look at that face. Look at that face. Thunder, thank you for squishing the cat. Do you actually feel a little bit better? I feel like maybe after a day of rest, you'll feel much better. You deserve letters, thank you.
How do you feel?
Thank her for taking care of you. Thank you.
You took care of me. Thank you.
Forget it. I wouldn't have managed it on my own. Grażynka helped me.
Okay, well, but you were also there.
Are you sure you don't want to rest some more?
I want to rest all the time. Yeah, is she gone?
Where is Grażynka?
She left to get some supplies. It's hard to buy anything now, but she left yesterday and still hasn't.
If they hurt her, I will definitely
Maybe she
stab
just
them.
had to hide somewhere and is waiting.
I will absolutely stab them.
Did someone come here when I was asleep? Did we have any visitors?
Apart from myself, Uncle, and Grażynka, I didn't let anyone in.
Oh yeah, my uncle dragged me home, of course. I even heard his voice. I even said that it was my uncle.
I found an unusual letter on the nightstand about a garden of paradise.
What letter? The only garden that's being talked about now is the one at Dolinka Szwajcarska.
The Tsar and his entourage are planning to have a garden party in a park there.
Oh, he's gonna show up.
What is this party?
It's the kid's birthday, right?
The Tsar is
Yeah.
celebrating his son's birthday.
The son who is
Would
dying?
you use the phrase garden in the east to describe Dolinka?
In the east. Dolinka is south.
Hi, Lenny. Thank you for the biddies. You got Tyndall's favorite alerts.
Of here. The only
you, Lenny.
Eastern thing about it is its guests.
I would never have thought of that. It makes sense.
But do I want to go talk to him? Because I really don't.
Is everything all right? You
We
look
broke up.
concerned.
You know?
That's because I am. Whatever is happening on the streets right now, it scares me.
Is that why you unearthed Papa's musket? Does it still work?
Just now I thought I would find out. Before you woke up, they shot a man on our street. He crawled away somewhere, but he was bleeding so badly.
Ew.
The entire city has gone insane. The Governor General has closed the borders and isn't letting anyone leave. People have barricaded themselves in their homes.
Can I still go to the
Russians are waiting for us to
tailor?
kill each other ourselves, and they may be
Hi,
right.
Danny.
Only madmen roam the streets.
Okay, I'm going outside. Sure her that you will not let her get home. Let her speak.
I know it has to end someday, but God is my witness. I don't know what will be left of this city. I don't know what could stop this madness.
Another
Did
madman.
you intend to inform me that you escaped
Immediately
from the
mad
Citadel?
again. You didn't intend to. You don't feel responsible for the situation in the city? I don't, though.
I'm not responsible for what's happening in the streets now, if that's what you're implying.
Yeah.
I'm the one who was injured.
I was just
remember?
hanging out on the streets.
I'm just worried about
And then they beat me up.
Besides, I guess I'm most worried about Grażynka right now.
I am actually too. I would like to go find her.
Do you know if anything happened to the store?
I didn't even want to try to get in there to check. You shouldn't go there right now.
What if that's where Grażynka is?
This chaos in the city. How long has it been going on?
3 days. Uncle brought you here, half dead, 3 days ago.
I look great for being half
Do you
dead.
know what day it is?
Hold on.
Fantastic, in
The
fact.
last day of summer.
Dino, thank you very much for the gift
I
sub.
don't have anything for you.
Danny, enjoy
You have
emotes.
risen from the dead. That has to be enough for me. At least until Christmas.
Again, I look really, really good for half dead. Half dead is half alive. It's probably uncle, right?
Grażynka.
No, I think my maybe uncle. Oh, that's worse. Oh.
I thought I'd find you in worse.
You still
health.
want to marry my sister?
I see you once again managed to avoid the consequences of your decisions.
Are we fighting?
I'm afraid I must put a stop to this. You are under arrest for taking part in a conspiracy against the Tsar and engaging in
I
terrorism.
didn't do that. I did a lot of
You'll
other
also
things.
be held accountable for escaping from the Citadel and for your active support of the socialists.
Not the socialists.
The enemies of the Empire.
God, the socialists.
Your brother didn't bother to mention that, Miss Ligia. You'll be coming with us, Mr. Shulsky.
I don't think I will, actually. They could try.
Try and force me, Chief.
Even better, Branson. Wow, what a pull. Incredible. Branson, thank you for a clue. Oh, not the socialists.
Don't make the situation worse, Victor. You can still get out of it, I'm sure.
Yo,
of
by
it.
killing
Dad
everyone.
managed it for years. He knew how to cooperate.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It wasn't cooperation. Konieczkin is an ulcer that father couldn't get rid of, and I'm closer to carrying out Stanisław's idea than you.
Am I being rude right now?
If you don't resist, I give you my word that no harm will come to your sister.
You want to marry her.
Shall we?
So I don't know what you're even talking about. Say he can go to hell. Say that only one of you will leave this place alive. I can tell him to go to hell, and I do want to tell him to go to hell.
You are leaving. Straight to hell, you son of a bitch. If you think you'll take me away from my own home. You are mistaken. No, Chief. We'll finish this here.
I'm gonna make you get et. Oh.
I didn't receive an invitation, so I decided to drop in on my own. After all, today is a Shulsky family holiday.
What the hell?
Mr. Nyajits, Warsaw will get rid of 2 pests today.
I kind of like that he's here now.
Other fantasies?
Actually.
Don't worry about the broken window pane, Victor. I'll deduct it from the 5 rubles you still owe me.
I don't really need help. Am I actually fighting him? I like how he's in the back. He's not even in the front. He's just in the back. Okrana agent, sleuth, and Ivan Konechkin. Dimension 4 is worth 6. Well, at least I have this one. Leveled that one up. I really hope there's an NG plus where you just keep all your points. I really do, because... Well, at least we don't have to do it alone. He should have probably bought a knife, though. Upper Jin. Well, you are Upper, so I will Upper you. And I'm just going to, punch you. If that's okay. Will that be okay? And then I will do it again. Potentially. There you go. Very good. And then I will punch this one, too. And then you will obviously die. Oh, no, you won't. But you should, though. I can't disable these at all. So I'll actually just use this one. Oh, that's all of them. Or no? Alters your trait every... wait, under the chief's command. Alters your trait every 2nd round. Your current trait reduces the impact on the target's focus. Well, then we're gonna go for you. He has 60 health. Will do him no good, obviously. Yeah, I have a skeleton. Leave from behind? Oh, wow. That's a lot, actually. Okay, but you are gonna die, which is nice. And then I think I will heal. Do you have a different one? Yeah, you do. I do have to, actually, I have to heal a little bit. Or actually, yeah, well, I will get bled, so, well, maybe not, actually. I'll just try to go for him. Wait, huh? Is he just not dead? Did this man just not die? I'm sorry, huh? Why not? Are you kidding me? Okay, one person's dead. Yesterday was Sunday? Oh yeah, it's Monday today. Incredible. Ah, yes, it does keep changing. So maybe it'll actually just cease changing otherwise. Okay, I will take the damage. That's okay. I'm gonna have to get by with just the focus thing. I don't really have another choice. I will still do this one. Yeah. I gotta. I didn't want to, but I gotta. Okay, he has time. He won't really help, though. I need to heal. 16? Sure, we'll take 16. Oh, you're also punching him. Oh, yes! Very good. Yeah, we'll have to... Well, it will... I'll turn his thing back on, won't it? That's the thing. It'll turn his thing back on. I have to do a double attack. It's kind of necessary. Now I have both. Lelek? Let's go, Lelek. There's my little birds. Murder him. Murder that, murder that, murder that. He doesn't even... He doesn't live after his minions. That's kind of sad. He's a sad little boy. Here, you can have one too, because then I won't have the debuff, and I'll even walk out of here with so much health. You're literally so weak. You're just traumatically weak. That was an attempt. It was a really bad one. Stab him. Stab him. Stab him right now. He has to die. This is so important.
I won't beg for mercy, if that's what you were hoping for.
No?
I loaded my piece today. Just say the word, and the balding prick will lose the other half of his face.
Oh my god, yeah, obviously he has to die.
Midgets, loyal to the end, like a dog, like his father. Are you going to let this mongrel deprive you of the pleasure?
He's my mongrel. I'm attached to him now.
Will you leave my fresh corpse to your sister as a gift? Blood soaks into stone for many long years.
I might find some hungry
A unique
dogs.
birthday gift.
Your pride took over and made the choice for you.
Yes. You're a born murderer.
Incredible.
After all. What are you waiting for?
I'm not waiting.
In the gut? Come on. Should have gone in his head.
Victor.
You did murder?
What now?
I do this all the time, Ligia. It's just the first time you were here for it.
Now we'll do some cleaning.
Thank
I'll
you.
fetch a shovel.
Why, you'll be the protagonist
Hell
of my
yeah.
next poem.
She's really me, isn't she?
Done. It doesn't even
Someone else
show.
order the pizza, please.
I could help you more.
No, it's your birthday.
Is it actually my birthday?
Rest in peace, Chief.
Or not. Honestly, prefer you don't. What a good friends. Come over here to do murder. She'll fetch a rug. Well, there is still definitely a lot of blood here, I'll be honest. Oh, hello, Opa. How do you feel about all this? Do you feel at all about all this?
You've known me better than anyone for so many years. You were always with me, and you always will be. We have to talk about our future. Any ideas?
Oh, you won't be able to say that because your pride is too high.
I was thinking about our Thaumaturge friends. Who will understand better than them? Apart from you, of course. You're right. We both owe a lot to Rasputin. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't even be talking now.
Yeah, but he's
But
also
his
Rasputin.
path, even if it does lead to the Romanovs' court, is uncertain. And the price of following it is unknown.
Also, he's a little weirdo. Consider?
Do you think Rasputin could have survived?
Yes. He's obviously just tricking you.
The letter, yes. But it doesn't decide anything. He could have sent it before visiting the brothel. But if he's alive, can we trust him? He may take us to see the Tsar, but what will be the price? On the other hand, if everything works, I can become more powerful than ever. Russia will give me all the knowledge I could ever want.
Is that technically the evil path then? I feel like it is. Choosing power?
Tough choice, isn't it?
I feel like that's really the evilest choice you can make here.
Let's not waste any more time.
Coterie.
Let's try to resurrect my father's course. Let's return to our magical friends. Rasputin will have to return from the dead alone.
Oh, and also, I don't like him. Wait, so was he actually the main quest? Was talking to him the main quest? And now I wonder what the other option is. Huh.
How do you feel? Did I scare you?
I know you had to do it, otherwise you would have been in his position. What's next? What do you intend to do?
Tell her about your decision? Oh yes, I did make one.
Good ending for our story. I want to finish what Father started. I'll rebuild the Thaumaturge coterie. I hope that will bring peace to him and to us.
Papa would have been proud of you.
Okay, but is that a good
I'm
thing?
sure not living to see this was part of his plan.
Victor.
There was a man, and now the man is no more. See, Victor? If I put my mind to it, I can do a little magic myself.
Oh my god. Ice's favorite
Did
person.
someone die again and needs to be buried?
Yes. Agree with him? Agree with him.
We've decided about our future. It's time to look my enemies in the eye and appreciate those who stand with me. I need to see certain things through to the end.
Well, our Victor, all grown up.
I'll come back for you once it's all over.
Be careful.
I don't know. I
Good
don't
luck,
think
brother.
she's very safe.
You can do it.
I almost feel like Alberici saying here is safe. You want to pour your heart out? No and no. Oh, but he only asked one question. But I also want to find Kraszinka, who I think might be at the store, potentially? More dead people? But that was white blood. That's a little weird. Was the store here? Find out what happened to the brothel. Oh, well, I obviously want to do that. But where was the store? Patisserie is still open. Maybe that's where she's hiding. Because the lady there was nice. It doesn't say it's locked. Wait, is it all the way at the top? Did I miss see? Oh. If I had to hide anywhere, I would absolutely hide in a cake shop. Oh, I'm not allowed to go there! Are you kidding me right now? Don't I have to say that again? What? You don't like him? Can't understand why. He's such a nice guy. Oh, that's just fire. My brain immediately made it a bonfire for his Souls game. Which it still could be, by the way. You can't arrest me!
Need a carriage. Is this one free?
Sir, they want a bribe from me. Help.
Okay, I will kill
Look,
them.
Private. This one's even got a book. The brass will be happy. Tell these two about their rights.
You have none. By virtue of the decree on the martial law, you have been classified as suspicious characters. We will escort you to the citadel.
You have none.
Unless some sort of a gift convinces us you are innocent.
I will give you the gift of my fist in your face. Discipline the soldiers.
So this what soldiers of the Russian Empire look like. A bunch of pathetic bribe takers with no honor and
Welcome
no
back,
sense
Tifa.
of duty.
Suit yourself, magician. We'll see just how much honor you have when you end up in the citadel. Let's get him. Doesn't have to
Yeah,
be
they
one
already say magician. You should know better. Streamer is not a Souls game. How could you say that? It's illegal. All games are Souls games. What do you mean? Every single game that has ever been made is a Souls game. I thought that was, like, common knowledge. Uparanjin? Slow attack, sure. You really only have slow as hell attacks. A Souls game depends. That depends entirely. I'll turn you off too. Bugavach or Golem? I'll do this one. It's true, Sudo is a Souls game. Kong also a Souls game. It's super hard. It's very unforgiving. You're still slow, right? No, well, you're not actually that slow. Then I can do another one for you. Yeah! Rip his throat out! This game that you mentioned is in the same sentence as Dark Souls in a general sense? You said it's Souls! Well, that's true. It is Souls. They all are. Everything is. Oh, I just wanted to yell at him again, I guess. Sorry, he already had a heart attack.
Dear sir, I have no idea what you did to them.
I murdered
but
them.
Today, I will drive you for free.
He's like, I didn't see anything.
You just have to be careful. Some of the districts are cut off by the authorities. Still, today's rides are on me.
I've been using so many. I've already spent so much money on rides. Did you know Souls fans may be a little stupid? No. What? Why would you say that? Should be in Mirao? Yeah, that's where the shop is? Or is it? No, it might be the bazaar. Is it at the bazaar? I want to go to the shop. I want to see if Kraszinka is there. What was the other thing? Locked. Locked. Well, this is the shop, is it not? I think that might be the shop. Wait. Oh, I can't. Oh, I was really hoping I could go from shop to shop. Locked, locked, locked. Locked, locked. Thief's apartment? Well, that's not going to help me right now. Are you in here, potentially? I don't want her to die. She's nice. Everyone else can drop dead. Yeah, that's the shop. I think maybe she's hiding in there. In which case I obviously have to save her. Also, can I just say I'm really, really, really glad that I decided not to overtime last time? Oh, that's a dead person. Why did you kill them? I'm usually the one who kills people. Only games that aren't Souls games are the games that are major corporation games that are just trying to get money out of you. Unsouls game? Wait. Oh, so I just straight up can't go there because I have to go through this and I can't get there. Well, that's utter nonsense. Wait, and I also can't go to the tailor. Things are getting worse by the second. I cannot get new fashion. I don't know if that means that I now wasted my chance at doing that. Oh, and those don't even go. You have to get a carriage. You can still go in here. Is the kid still here? They're still just having a great time. Interesting. I put no soul in their game, exactly. Okay, fine. God, I'll do the main story. I'm just trying to go off the beaten path. Or I guess this is technically... They say it's a side story. But I mean, is it? Figuring out what happened? Maybe that's where Krachinka is. What was this again? Oh, the Moonshine Bar? Is that where Krachinka is? Are you hiding in here? No one's here. They left it unlocked. Wow. There are people yelling, but I don't see any people. Guess they must all be in one place. Oh, it's on fire? Because of the explosion? Or just like generally bonfire-y thoughts? Maybe I get to learn how Rasputin did it. How he actually didn't die at all. Such a remarkable man. Oh, he is right there, deadish. It's probably an unrecognizable corpse. A burned and mutilated body. Okay, anytime, anywhere, you see a burned and mutilated, unrecognizable body, it's not them. It's not who you think it is. It's just not. The hands anointed the body with great care, wanting to keep it in the best possible condition. But they did cut off his dick. That one's on display, I've heard. They rubbed the thighs, which seemed to be thinner, and a torso wider than remembered. Do fingers shrink so much after death? A thought crossed their mind that maybe this isn't Rasputin's body. But no, one has to believe. Really? The flowers droop sadly from their stems as if they were breaking under the weight of helplessness. On top of that, they smell of the unspeakable grief of the person putting together a bouquet for their loved ones who died in the explosion. It was a tragic death because it was so random. They were not the target. Why did this happen to them? Yeah, you killed other people too, little weirdo. Aniela Nadarzyński? Oh, they also died. I thought you cared about them. I thought you cared. I guess you didn't really care. Shrine with relics. Please leave a donation below so we can donate his dick. Mysterious jar. An immense penis preserved in a solution. Yep. Yes, it was. Yes, it is. The touch of hands fondling the object of worship is imprinted on the jar. It remembers various feelings, sadness at the passing of a great man, which is immediately followed by bitterness, fragrant with longing, but behind the colorful bouquet of emotions is also desire. Such an immense pity. Zoom in on that. What now? Yes. During Pride Month on my stream. Hi Kyle, hi Jack. We joked about this. Please, this is so unreasonable. Oh, Lucian is oh my god, he killed Lucian Nadarzyński. Oh my god, and it was actually Lucian Nadarzyński who had a gigantic cock. Incredible. Incredible. Wow. Wow. That is... wow. Rasputin's weenie? It's not in that jar. It's not there. What the fuck? Okay, but Otter, this is a real thing. I've been told this many times in my chat by now, that Rasputin's penis is on display in a museum somewhere. I don't know why you would want to have that on display. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I have a lot of questions, but I don't know that I want the answers. Honestly, I think I'm good. In St. Petersburg, yep. That's why I kept referencing it, but I didn't think they were going to put it in the game. It probably just swole up or something. No, there's like a penis museum somewhere. Oh, there's multiple. But this one is, you know, rotten. At least a little bit. With a serial killer's head in Portugal, are we okay? Like as a species, are we good? I have so many questions again. Is it really his though? See, okay, Duck, I know you made a joke, but I don't think it's his. I don't think it's his. I think they made it up. Lenin's body? Oh my god. Stop putting bodies on display. That's so weird. Did someone die? Someone else? Admit that? No, I want to keep listening. It's pretty.
I knew that if you were alive, you would show up.
People watching the VODs are just gonna wonder why I'm doing this.
Stood in your way.
Oh god, an explosion. It was an explosion. When does the drum solo kick in? That's on the DLC. Say that you've been to hell. Literally. Literally, I have been.
I've been to hell, but I managed to return.
Somehow.
The town has gone crazy. I saw people furious at Thaumaturges. I never thought it was so easy to get pitchforks and torches in Warsaw.
There's a pitchfork and torches store specifically for this reason.
And he's bringing in a new order.
That's why we waited so long. Without you...
Warsaw is no longer a city for thaumaturges.
Also, Ariel is super dead. How did you spend the last 2 days?
What were you doing for those 3 days?
Oh, damn.
I was wondering how we could leave Warsaw in case you never came back.
I had a few wounded to treat, and I prayed that the next one wouldn't be you. What are we waiting for?
Arielnov is dead.
I'm afraid the 3 of us will have to suffice.
So dead.
What happened?
Tell him how Ariel died.
When I got to him, he was dying. Wounded in a fight with an angry mob. Anti-Thaumaturge lynchings are spreading across the city.
There will be time for remorse and grief when this is all over.
I need more time, wait.
You need to have a little more patience.
Mine is running.
I just want to see if I didn't have any other quests in my inventory, because I thought there was, and then maybe I was wrong. Nope, that was the last one. Never mind.
If we're not waiting for it...
Can we stop?
We are waiting for a resurrection, technically.
Even though we have different
That's why it's so complicated, Otter.
I trust that the Pact is our destiny. Follow my lead. I, Emir Bernakovich Falje, worshipper of Allah, yearning for the free Republic of Poland, declare willingness to form the Pact and make the ultimate sacrifice for its cause.
I, Sarah Rivkin, follower of Moses, am willing to form our pact, hoping it will grant me freedom.
Your turn.
Oh, what am I following?
My name is Viktor Shulsky.
I want power! So you want to stand up against Russia? I do. Declare that you want to protect thaumaturges. Admit that you want to finish your father's work. Admit that you want power! Let's fucking
I
go.
want to build my power and the power of our coterie. I want us to stand in the shadow of anyone who has influence on the course of
This is
events.
basically the Lodge of Sorceresses.
In the name of those who have no influence.
A noble idea.
Oh, is it?
For that, I am willing to make the ultimate sacrifice.
Is that it? I can't feel anything.
According to Stanisław's hypothesis, in order to conclude forming a pact, we need to read the instructions from the Black Grimoire together.
Oh, you should have probably explained this before we started. We might have to start
Focus
over.
on each of our dimensions now, and we'll help you read whatever Stanisław hid in the book. Focus on your heart first.
That's my biggest one.
My heart reveals the first inscription before me. From now on, we have one heart that beats with one rhythm.
I felt it. I felt relieved.
Oh no, this is my book. They can get their
I
own.
can feel something too.
It's my collection! It's not even all of them, though, still.
I know that golden tail.
Very
Sorry.
impressive. Now, the other dimension.
She said that was supposed to be mine. Focus on the words?
Word. I cannot read this inscription.
Maybe you got distracted. Focus.
Okay, sorry. I will focus harder.
Nothing.
Perhaps without the fourth one, we won't be able to reveal the full potential. Keep trying.
Shut up. That sucks.
This inscription is resisting.
Let me act. From now on, all of our deeds are devoted.
So that
to
one was
common
Ariel's. How
cause.
unfortunate.
I feel a tingling in my fingers.
Don't get distracted.
Mind. This inscription evades me. It won't
That
let
one's
me grasp it.
hers.
From now on, our mind will keep no secrets from itself.
Look, there's Boob Lady again. Aw, I wanted a boob bird.
I felt your thoughts, but we'll get back to that.
That's it. I think we're done.
I think so. I know your favorite colors and many other things I didn't want to.
Well, you had your boob bird out. It's not my fault. And that Emir hadn't mentioned he knew your mother.
I felt a kind of thought, a feeling. Yours. You didn't say you'd known my mother so well.
So well? Oh.
I wonder if Victor's father knew.
Oh.
Let's focus.
Oh, okay.
Do we know what to do?
Okay. So I already met the lady who was banging my dad, and now I met the guy who was banging my mother. That's great. We went full circle.
Other than what has already been said, do you feel anything else?
A little conflicted.
I have a different
Not gonna lie.
question. Were you going to mention you shot half of Konieczkin's face off?
I didn't. I shot him in the gut.
Since we
It's
have no more
different.
secrets, let's move on to the plan.
Not her lying. You know the plan of action without having to ask. Oh yes,
I think
of course.
we're all thinking the same thing. That Tsarevich will have an unforgettable birthday.
Yes, this is our last chance at an audience with the Tsar before he leaves the city.
But we can't go in empty-handed. We need arguments that will push the Tsar to make the right decision.
Oh, arguments?
We can stop the madness that is spread across the city.
What about my
without
fists?
bloodshed. If only we could get through to the Tsar's supporters at the party and...
Sneak past the Tsar's guards and military.
We'd be able to get inside the Tsar's noggin.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Our campy trio of heroes. Right now I definitely want to replay where I'm nice. I'm so curious about how everything will play out. Like, clearly I would have Ariel here.
Pleasant to look at now.
These people won't break in here, will they?
Just smile and check the invitations, Parnishka.
Are your grimoires well hidden? Then we just need to get through.
I don't know why we didn't hide our grimoires from the
I'll
start.
do it myself.
Oh, my pride took over? Incredible.
Good evening. Your invitation, sir?
So now sometimes you just don't get a choice.
I'm afraid I don't.
The Governor General is looking for me all over the city. Do you want to discuss it with him?
No, of course not.
I mean, he is,
Please,
actually.
do come in.
You heard the gentleman.
I mean, do they also count? I'm slightly annoyed with it. Find the Tsar's advisors. Well, I need to learn more about them, I think. No? Do I not need to learn? Oh god.
The spirits tell me you can't go any further. I can see a certain old hag there.
Would it be Countess Lermontova?
Indeed. She and her family are thick with the Romanovs.
So she must know a lot. I would talk to her, but I'm afraid she'll recognize me and call the guards.
You want me to do it, I reckon.
I reckon I do. Tell her you should approach the Countess together. Ask her to distract the Countess. We'll do it together.
Let's go talk to her now.
Wait. Don't go charging in like a raging bull. You'll
But
get
that's what
us
I
in trouble.
do. That's
I'll
the only thing I
distract
can
her,
do.
And you scan her surroundings. We'll meet here when you're done.
Okay. Platter of snacks? Starving in the name of elegance remains an... I'm sorry, I will always choose snacks over being hyper thin. Not my little snackies. Not this. Thoughts full of doubt nestled themselves between the eclairs, and I love eclairs. How is her beloved son to become independent if he keeps living with her? He could use a new villa worth of the Lermont's name. But where to get the funds for it? What if? What if indeed? Food is love. Food is life. Exactly. Also, an ad is going to play. Oh my god. Dog.
Good boy.
Good boy. I don't think he likes me, but he likes me. All dogs like me. That's a fact. Okay, I'm going to be right back while the ads play. Okay, hi. Hello. Sorry, I took a little longer because I had to have a snack. In protest of the lady not having any snacks. Also, you can't pet any of the dogs or the cats in this game. And that's a missed opportunity. But I kind of get it because you'd have to make a whole animation for it. I'm just saying, you should be able to do it. An unguarded purse? The purse is bulging with arguments. That Sire was already close to approving the confiscation of estates belonging to Thaumaturges, and she, Countess Lermont, will see to it that he finally makes his decision, and the money will be used to protect single mothers. Another one battle for her. I wonder if that's why my dad specifically bequeathed everything to Lygia, who is not a Thaumaturge. Put pets in your game. I know, it's kind of rude, isn't it? No, I agree. I fully agree. I should be allowed to do that. I should be allowed to pet any dog. The Countess wants to persuade the Tsar to proceed with the confiscation of estates belonging to Thaumaturges. Why? She plans to embezzle the money and use it to build a villa for her son. The word disgusting fails to convey the severity of the situation.
Nothing can be kept secret from me.
It's true. I'm very sneaky. Is this her? Oh, it's Magdalena! Oh god.
I didn't expect to see you here, Thaumaturge.
Don't say that. Why are you surprised?
You seem surprised to see
Hi, Mike. Hello.
I saw how the explosion swept you away and threw you like a ragdoll. I thought you were dead.
I'm super alive.
Maybe I rose from the dead.
Don't blaspheme. Only Grigori will experience this miracle. He will return, and with him the hope for chasing away the darkness of an uncertain future. For his grace will be with us. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm. What do you remember?
What do you remember from this explosion?
Chaos. Blood. It's hard for me to talk about it.
Am I going to mock her? Ask if she thinks it was an assassination. Oh yeah, the Nadarzinskis are dead. Weird, eh?
What about Aniela and Lucian?
They are no longer with us. They are already enjoying the afterlife.
I'm sure they're having a great time.
Waiting so
okay, lady.
Do you think they deserved such a fate?
Each of us has a different fate in store for them. Aniela was chosen. She died at Grigori's side.
Mm-hmm.
And Lucian just disappeared one day. I think he might have left because his fate wasn't strong enough. I don't want to talk about them anymore. I need to have clarity.
These inconvenient dead people. See, but this just shows us exactly what kind of person Rasputin is, right? The people that took him in, let him live under their roof, and he kept saying, oh, I owe you so much. Oh, everyone who supported me, they will be given everything. Blah, 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 blah. And he just straight up kills them. He killed them. He murdered them. Straight up murdered them. So you can only guess what he has in store for me.
Do you believe someone wanted to kill Rasputin?
Of course. The first Christians were also thrown to the lions.
Of course.
Satan laid his hand on Grigori and tried to break him.
Mm-hmm.
But he will not bend. He will defeat death and return.
I'm gonna laugh at you.
It never occurred to you that Rasputin could have lied to you and that he can't actually return from the dead?
He's not dead,
sound
so...
like you doubt
well,
him.
he's not dead. Say that she should abandon Rasputin while there's still time? No.
It's true.
She won't.
I don't believe that Grigori Rasputin has been anointed by God.
Cease your blasphemy. You will bring his wrath upon us.
Okay.
Let me give you some advice. Leave before it's too late.
I don't need advice from an unbeliever. It is you who should leave.
You go away.
As you wish.
He said, yeah, that sounds about right. I don't want to be here. Still don't know where the lady is now, though. Did you distract
How
her?
was your chat with the Countess?
Better tell me what you have found.
No, nothing good.
Wait, don't say it. Just focus on it.
Oh, yeah. Focus on your concerns. Focus on something you're looking pretty. All right, let's go.
Let's not mix duty and personal life, all right?
Okay, but
Just checking if it works.
Listen.
Sure.
What?
Are you afraid the old lady will take everything from you and your sister to build a new palace for herself?
Well, it's not mine, though. It's Lygia's stuff.
I'm sorry, I can't resist it, but I can sympathize. I can feel how important it is for you.
The Countess pitched me a lovely story about how the confiscated goods would be used to help the needy.
We both know she's lying, and her decree is already on the Tsar's desk, ready to be signed.
I like these new abilities more and more. And now try to read what I think about it.
You think it's very funny. Alright.
You want to get back at her? I never thought revenge was in your nature.
I'm thinking we might try to make the Countess tell everyone what she thinks out loud.
We should do that.
So, I'll take care of it.
I think that's a great idea.
Do it. I despise Lermontova and people like her.
Oh my god, my pride took over again.
Fine, let's do it. Watch and listen.
I never get to make my own decisions anymore. If pride is an option, pride will happen.
There's one more thing I would like to ask you. I feel confused about the plan to confiscate properties. Could you explain how it's really going to work, and to whose advantage?
But of course. As soon as the Tsar puts his signature on it, the Lermonts will take over the Thaumaturge's properties for a contribution to the fight against those parasites.
Mother, keep it down.
Don't be ashamed, son. You did agree to this. It would be a pity if that money was wasted. And this way, we can build you a beautiful mansion so that you can finally move out. And what good would the money do to the poor? They would just throw it away.
Mother, we should go
She's
now.
not yelling.
Madame, please excuse us.
Who else heard that? The guy in the back is sleeping. No one knows what happens. Oh, someone's watching. Suspicious. That lady was the Tsar's advisor? What a weird thing to be an advisor over. I prefer vodka than champagne.
A familiar face. Good evening.
Hello?
Are you trying to...
Oh, this guy! Mother has some strange ideas about money, it's true. Express astonishment that his friends are not with
The
him.
last time I saw you were accompanied by two gentlemen. What happened to them?
I needed some space.
Ah, of course.
Sergei, why the hostility?
I was so nice last time.
Let's see. Because you humiliated me. Because you ruined my chance to get happily married.
You wouldn't have been happily married, though.
Sofia has traveled across the ocean just to stay away from me.
It's for the best. She doesn't like you. You also beat up him and his friends. I did do that, but this one first.
Sergei, we both know that Sofia never treated you seriously. She led you on for her own enjoyment and to spite her father. But she couldn't fool a thaumaturge.
You opened my eyes to the fact that she never loved me, for which I will be eternally grateful.
Are you sure?
Nevertheless, I need to ask, what are you actually doing?
But then why were you mad in the first place? Oh, you're here with your friends. Yeah, that's what I am.
I'm here with my friends.
Are they thaumaturges as well?
I don't know, maybe.
Why do you ask?
Yeah. Do you want to give us
I
up?
believe you should listen to me.
Oh, I should? Okay, go on.
Yes? What did you want to share with me?
I was recently elected to the city council.
Uh-oh.
I've also been attending audiences with Tsar Nikolai. Things that are now being discussed at the top are making...
Is it murder? Are they doing murder?
What are you specifically worried about?
The council has prepared a series of anti-thaumaturges decrees. They only need to be signed by the Tsar.
I know, I've already cancelled one of them.
Skawon advocates for such ideas as exile or creating adjustment clinics.
But my ghost.
Shall I go on?
Yes.
I'd like to know
Do
some
go on.
specifics. For example, those clinics.
That's the most ruthless part. Do you know what a lobotomy looks
Yes.
like? That's how these places are meant
You're
to
gonna
socially
lobotomize
adjust
thaumaturges?
But you didn't hear it from me, all right?
I mean, that's just, you could just kill me at that
I
point.
didn't expect to find an ally in you.
Likewise. Please, be careful.
He's nice? He's not a bad guy. Have good food, Ice.
Thank you, Sergei. That's enough.
What are you going
I guess I don't hate him now.
I'm going to get through to the one who can help me with that. Have a good evening.
Will I be able to use this information? I feel like I should be able to use this information. Oh, I actually did have to talk to him? I thought he was just an extra. He's not an extra. He's a main character. Oh, are we going to the person who was standing there staring at us? No.
I didn't think I would see you again. And yet...
Wow, it is very easy to infiltrate the Tsar's party. Interesting.
I might say the same about you. I thought you wouldn't be in the mood for a party.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, death for
Oh, I
death.
already killed him. Do you, can I tell you about that? I can't?
Why are you here, really? What are you trying to do?
That's none of your business. Leave me alone, or I'll call the guards. They'll be happy to see a wanted
They
fugitive.
didn't actually recognize me
This
initially.
isn't over.
Oh my god, she's always so antagonistic. Why? Why are you always antagonistic? A rose from Wanda? She's waiting for Scallon. Oh, you're gonna try to kill him? Someone is carrying a gun and plans to kill Scallon. And I think I know who. Wanda. There's no way she'll make it out alive. It's a suicide mission. On top of that, her actions could interfere with the Coteries' plans. Okay, but... I mean... I thought she had a knife.
Wanda?
I told you to leave me alone.
I could really go for sushi right now.
I know you have a gun and you want to kill Skawan.
I was going to start with Koniechkin, but that coward got rubbed out by some random Ganef.
Random Ganef?
So it's Scowen's turn now.
It's me.
I'll kill him and anyone who gets in my way.
Confess that I did.
I'm that Ganef. I killed Koniechkin.
Then you're one of us now. Help me with Scowen.
I mean, I kind of already was. I was a socialist. Assassination attempt would be suicide.
That's madness. Even if you manage to do it, you'll die a moment later.
I don't have many reasons to live.
Because Michael's dead. Reminder of Yannick, yeah.
Yannick needs you. He barely made it out alive from the Citadel. You can't
It took me some time to save him, too. Ugh, children.
You'll have
disgusting.
I swear. But now go home and let me act.
And she just listens to me? She does. Wow. That was easy. I thought she'd at least put up a little bit of a fight. But that means that probably there's also one that I can't fix because I don't have Ariel. Sophia Scallon. The dew on her bare feet, the wind in her hair, and the freedom that only a life among artistic bohemians can provide. And while Zakopan has welcomed her with love and acceptance, she sometimes finds herself longing for those who have known her since childhood, for the people who have seen all the faces of Sophia Scallon. Oh, she left. Like, fully. It seems that Sophia went to Zakopan and delighted in the taste of freedom. Nevertheless, she gets homesick sometimes. I can relate. Freedom often goes hand in hand with loneliness. Oh... Do I have to talk to her dad? It feels like I would have to talk to her dad. Is there nothing else here? Come here for a moment. Oh. Hi, Falani. Bye, Falani.
Right in the thick of things. Are you having a good time?
Not too bad. I just had a chat with a certain young lady in waiting. But we'll get back to that. I bet parties like this are nothing new for you.
Oh, I guess they're not. I hate gatherings.
I hate it here. Parties like this are the threshold of hell. In fact, my sister says I turned savage while in...
Honestly, he has a lot in common with Geralt in many, many ways.
She told me that the Tsar is in one of the chambers on the upper floor.
Do I get to kill him?
The stairs are guarded by Skawan's soldiers. And the Governor General himself is keeping an eye on the entire hall. We must make him look away.
But what about the soldiers?
I'll try to approach Skawan somehow.
Be careful. Is there anything else?
Oh, the Tsar's trusted people.
I've had some news about certain decrees waiting to be signed on the Tsar's desk.
Yeah.
What's in them?
Bad things.
I've learned that one of the ideas to combat Thaumaturges will be the forfeiture of our properties.
How do you feel about it as an heir to a fortune?
I'm not an heir to a fortune. Yeah.
To be honest, my sister should be more concerned. I only got an old book.
Still.
But she's not a thaumaturge.
That brings you peace.
Why is she in danger?
I managed to have a few words with a certain young man from the city council.
Hi, Septic.
He told me about an idea to introduce places that in a nutshell would make us thaumaturges lose our minds, and thereby our powers.
What exactly are you talking
Lobotomy.
A lobotomy.
Yeah.
At least that's what it sounds like.
No, that's literally what he said. He actually just said that.
Tell me.
I did see Wanda,
Wanda is here.
but something else is eluding me.
I was afraid she might show up. Have you talked to her?
Yes.
Yes. And I know she's planning to kill Skawan in revenge.
Which would actually be very cool.
She will die.
Yeah.
Worse yet, she'll ruin everything we've worked toward.
She went home.
I took care of her. Apart from her hurt pride and ruined plans for the evening, she's safe and sound.
Man, you really set out to kill some people.
There's something
and then it gets
else that
ruined.
bothers me.
Tell me. I'll try to help.
Did I unlock the last one now? No, I don't.
Good luck.
So I'm missing something. Find out more about Scallon. Ah, of course. Garrison cap. The cap is laced with the thread of certainty. Thaumaturges can only destroy and delude. They mess with people's hearts and heads. They're monsters hidden behind the mask of a human face, just like his sister. The monster who disappeared! They should all disappear like that. What the hell? Personal grudges? Anyone? Shame and rage hover above the ashtray, directed at a woman who has neither the position nor the wits to criticize him. Bitch. He longed to kill her. Then she would understand that the Governor General of Warshaw should not be messed with. What the hell? Oh, he is actually so incredibly unstable. The gift is covered by a shell of concern for the Romanovs' little offspring. One doesn't give a knife to a sick little one, not even one with the Tsar's emblem. He'll cut himself, and there will be trouble. Okay. Scallon brought the Tsarevich a knife with a Romanov emblem as a gift, a poor gift, considering the illness of the heir to the throne. The boy's nanny carelessly explained to the Governor General that he had committed a gaffe, and Scallon immediately hated her for it. It pains him that a mere nanny knows something about the Romanovs that he does not. You little... I still have to talk to him more. Wait, but I already had this one. Oh, now I know, I guess, that it's him. Can I talk to you more about him? No.
Good luck.
Okay, I have to talk to him first. I thought maybe I would find out more if I talked to the other guy first.
Good evening.
Hello?
Who are you?
I don't know.
I've got a feeling I've seen you before.
Maybe. Glad you're here with your friends. Yeah, I'm here with someone important.
I'm waiting for an important appointment. The kind that can change one's life.
Is it with you? He doesn't recognize me. Even though I'm so wanted.
Sadly, no. That's too bad. Anything else
I
I
don't
can
smoke
help you with?
because I'm not a weirdo. Ask about the situation in the city.
I can still hear gunshots from the city. As a concerned subject, can I ask if we're safe here?
I understand, and I tell you the same thing I'm telling others. The situation is under control. My best men are keeping you safe.
Oh, your best
Not even a
men.
mouse could
The ones that I passed by so easily, those?
What about thaumaturges? What if any of them managed to sneak in?
Yeah, they'll kill us all.
If they did, I would know about it. I can only tell you that this problem will soon be solved.
Meaning?
On account of all the murder and the lobotomies?
Thaumaturges are dangerous. Riots, explosions, that Rasputin character scout terrorists. A complete decay of authority.
That's the best part.
Their plotting affects everyone, even those dear to us.
Should mess with the Governor General? It's a high-ranking civilian and military person troubling on fronts. Bowman, I'm specifically here to fuck this guy up. That is the point. Ask if he considers Rasputin a thaumaturge.
Do you think that bearded cultist, Rasputin, is a thaumaturge too?
Oh, he's
Most
not.
likely. How else would
Oh
he
my
deceive
god,
so
that's
many
true.
people?
It must have been.
Even Tsarina Alexandra looks kindly upon him. Luckily, he was killed by a bomb in a brothel.
I have so much to tell you about that. There's a song. Add that the cholera epidemic was also caused by magic.
Don't forget the cholera epidemics that keep plaguing the town.
Yes,
Is
it's
the
also
Thaumaturge
me.
doing
I did that personally.
I see we understand each other.
Ah, yes, we will be good friends.
I heard one of those magicians escaped from the citadel. Was it Shulsky?
Yes, but soon enough, we'll see him dangling.
He just straight up doesn't know. Oh yeah, he got blown up, but he put someone fake in a place. He's actually fine. We already know that because everything points towards him just having killed the guy who was giving him shelter and using his mangled corpse as a stand-in for his own corpse so that he can pretend that he resurrected from the dead. How one might recognize him.
How would one know they're dealing with Shulsky?
I know their tricks. Don't worry.
Of course, yes. Of course you do.
Besides, the chance he shows up here is close to zero.
We didn't like that guy.
Was
We
relief.
still don't.
Thank you, Governor General.
I'm so glad you're
Anything
here.
else?
Oh, he's so smart.
Is that Shulsky guy dangerous?
Shulsky is the epitome of depravity. He had everything, but his cursed blood made him go off the rails. Such a morally unstable temper monster is capable of anything.
It's true, I am capable of a lot of
as
things.
I've already said, we are safe.
Not in a good way either.
Thank you. I feel better now.
So much better.
My mission is to protect the Tsar's subjects.
I feel so protected.
Let's change the subject.
Good idea.
To whether or not I feel even more protected.
How do you find His Royal Highness's birthday party?
I definitely find
As
it.
the one in charge of Warsaw, I have my duties regarding the royal couple, so I am not paying much attention to the banquet.
But
You
the
must
food.
excuse
God,
me.
everyone here hates little snacks.
The pile of presents for the Tsarevich looks impressive and continues to grow.
Yes, indeed.
I especially love the knife.
I know what you gave little Alexei, but I heard that the gift was regarded as inappropriate by some. As a child, I dreamed about having one.
You might be right.
Oh, he has? Of course he
Perhaps
does.
A knife isn't a proper gift for a child.
I'm missing one
He
after
might
this.
cut himself and... Yes, it might not have been.
Does he
the
have
best
doubt or
present.
something? Is that what he has?
Let's...
Good idea.
This is probably what I was meant to find out, that he has a
How
flaw.
is Miss Sophia doing? Is she in good health?
I don't have a daughter, and I suggest you watch your
What does that mean?
Let's change the subject.
I want more food? I want
Good
big snacks too. I can have all kinds of snacks. Okay.
I won't take any more of your time.
I have to go tell him about your
Enjoy
flaw.
yourself.
Wait, is there more to find? Oh my god, there is. Shut up. The name Scallon has been engraved on it. The old cigarette case is covered with even older, complicated feelings. They tell of a Thaumaturge's sister who was the favorite of the entire household. The cigarette case must have once belonged to her. Scallon's sister was a Thaumaturge, and he always dreamt of such power. The boy embraced envy, which became a flaw that consumed him and made him hate all Thaumaturges. Because if we're the monsters, then he's the hero, and all this evil is justified. Oh, wow. He's a problem. He really is a problem.
And?
He's a problem.
I talked to the Governor General.
And found out that he's a problem.
So, how does it feel to come face to face with the Butcher of Warsaw and exchange pleasantries about refreshments?
A little weird, I'm not gonna lie.
Up close, he doesn't seem so scary.
But he is a little weird.
Right. Have you learned anything that might help?
Yes.
The Governor carries a flaw, and I want to take advantage
I'm the problem, it's me.
Are you
I
going
really
to
am,
rid
though.
him of it? Surely it may affect his well-being.
And I hope we can get rid of him that way.
Wait. Before we start, you should make sure we're ready to talk to the Tsar.
Oh, am I?
There will be no turning back.
Oh, you're like, this is the end combat. You already know everything, yeah.
I believe I've gotten everything I
I do have everything I
Fine.
want.
Scowon's flaw. It might work. Just promise me one thing.
Yes.
You'll be extremely cautious with him.
I know what I'm doing.
I know what I'm doing. I was the one who found
I really don't.
Grimoire. I was the one who started the pact. And it won't be my first time
I
seizing
only had one chance to say anything, so.
Hopefully not the
No,
last
listen, I'm probably gonna die.
Shall we?
I probably
We wanted
should.
to talk to you, my friends and I.
He feels a little attacked right now.
Where am I?
The Twilight
Governor
Zone.
General?
Welcome to inside your head, Scout. We've got you now. Wait a second.
Okay,
Something's
but
wrong.
tasty though.
Shouldn't he be unconscious?
Unless he has his own powers, his conscious state could be an effect of the pact.
Sarah Rifkin. And you? What's going on here?
Wait, now you know who I am? This took 5 million years.
My name is Viktor Shulsky.
Shulsky. I will have you executed on the spot, all of you.
Uh-huh.
So, shall we get down to it?
Get down on it.
Go on.
Get
I can't
down on
wait.
it.
What does it feel like to be at the mercy of thaumaturges?
Does he feel good? Is this what you're into?
You've just found out that we're not capable of lying in this place. Intriguing, isn't it?
Oh, incapable
What
even.
am I hearing? You want to experiment on us, deprive us of powers and reason.
May Allah have mercy on you.
Because I won't.
Deal with him. I'll show the butcher his place.
Are you gonna stab him? I will not.
No, I'll deal with it myself.
You know how much pain he's caused me, and still you deny me
I
this.
want the floor for my collection!
Maniacs. Stop haggling over me like I was a side of meat.
But my collection. My collection. I can only do this when I'm prideful. Remind him of the humiliation regarding the gift. Oh, yes.
Think about the humiliation you felt when your present wasn't appreciated.
It wasn't about the
Then what was it?
You ever just terrified, Xiasha?
That Tsarevich's illness was kept secret from me.
You know, you don't need to know these
And
things.
you want to be the most important. You want to know everything, control everything.
That's the only way we can have order.
Because he's so smart. Yeah, we'll drink to that.
The
Cheers.
place you don't miss. Why is that?
Because I was never safe there.
What were you afraid of?
That she would hurt me again on a whim.
She does that a lot.
Who? Say it out loud.
My cursed demonic sister, may she burn in hell.
Let's talk about your daughter. Here you cannot deny it.
The apple of my eye, hurt by a thaumaturge.
Oh, right, of course.
It was I that sweet Sophia had to brush with. I did it to her.
It was me.
You tainted her, deceived her, bedeviled. I'll kill you like a dog.
I didn't even make the connection that this was the dad. About how much he sucks.
Ready. Remove it, and we can go.
Okay.
Remove it? You want to give him relief? He doesn't deserve
But I want it
peace.
for my collection. Samira,
Besides,
please.
He's seen our faces.
Okay, well, I can take it and then he can die.
Samira is right. This story...
What?
Victor. Sarah.
But I want it for my collection.
Show him your demons. All of them.
No! Am I gonna be denied my collection completion? I'm very upset. That's not all of my demons, boy. I have way more than that. I'm very upset.
Demon, leave me!
Did he just die out of madness? I'm just mad.
Mercy from you.
I expected to take the flaw, personally. Persona 5 if it had balls? Oh man. My collection! I'm sad. Is this really good for us? Yes.
I had a feeling it was going too easy.
I know. Are we gonna punch people?
You!
Is that it?
Who are you? Rukivier!
I'm afraid I've got other plans.
Then Rookie Viering. But still. Is he okay now? I think he is just permanently damaged. I think he's just too upset to function anymore. Oh, I can still do that to you, actually. If I just, oh, I can't. Yeah, I can't. So, whatever, I guess. Just do this bunch. And then we'll do it again. And again. She's so happy to be here. But I can do it on you now, and you would still get tossed out. And then I can also do this to you, and then you will also get interrupted. It's great. That's right. In the square hole. You get one shot, though. Yeah, you will. And then I can just do you as well? Maybe, potentially? Yeah, you can have the negative states now. Thank you. We'll still want to do this. Thank you for dying. Oh no! Did I just get him as interruption? Oh no, he's still there. Okay, I have to actually use it. That's good. But you're already gonna do the thing. Yeah! Mega death! Actually, will this just kill you? No? Oh, he only has 2 is why. Alright, well I'll obviously have to do this. You can still do that one because it looks kind of cool. I kind of just want to look at it. Because I think this is a very cool ability. Hey, guess what? Gun. Do you ever just gun? Oh, thanks for the level, I guess.
Couldn't you have handled it some other way?
No.
What was I supposed to do? Have a duel of arguments with him?
Yeah.
Stop it. We've got things to do here.
Insult sword fighting.
Stop! Who are you? Scowan!
Oh, he's not having a good time right now.
You need a new Governor General. This one won't do anymore.
Every gun is super effective when I use it.
Don't come any closer!
Woo!
Better put it down before anyone gets hurt.
Wait, did someone actually get shot? Reach out to the star's heart and comfort him.
You don't need anger and fear now. Be calm and lower your weapon. It won't do any good here.
Can you do that now?
Anyway, I started blasting.
So it seems.
What is going on? How is that possible?
It's just because I leveled, though.
You must be Thaumaturges.
Oh god, I love a good
Is that
chicken
a
soup.
revolution?
Mm.
Are you here to kill me?
Will you let me speak?
Oh, I can't not, so yeah, I guess I will.
Your Majesty, we came here because our lives are in jeopardy. The most crucial thing for us is that you stop hunting thaumaturges. The pogroms must end.
Yeah, it's getting weird.
Tell me why would I agree to anything?
Because I said, please? Use the information regarding Svetlana. Tell him about the coterie? Threaten that you will get rid of him like you did with Skalin and Konechkin? I can use this information,
Your
though.
Imperial Majesty, remember Svetlana Petrovna.
A traitor to the Tsardom. She died while trying to escape the city. Why do you mention her?
Before she died, I learned your most
I tried taking over again. Wonder if it's random.
That your only male heir suffers from an incurable disease.
If the news were to spread, your already teetering authority would collapse.
Go on. Who knows, we might reach an agreement after all.
Yeah, I'll threaten you a little more. You want to seek a cure for the Tsarovitch illness? No, I want to use my knowledge.
We know there are some decrees on the Tsar's desk awaiting your signature.
Stop that.
And what do you think is in them?
Bad things for me.
We know the decrees stipulate creating special adjustment clinics, and Thaumaturges won't be the only patients.
Wait,
there.
who else?
Your subjects, so diverse in terms of ethnicity and religion, will surely recognize the threat. And their fear will turn into hatred.
Will they? I don't know that they will. They're all kind of dumb.
Will fall.
The Crown has enough enemies outside without having to deal with internal
Oh,
ones.
yeah, you have those too, though.
Still not enough to convince me, Thaumaturge.
Okay, I guess I could just threaten you. You want to seek a cure? Sure.
The coterie wants to find a cure for the so far incurable disease of His Royal Highness. We know the whole of Russia suffers with it.
We're so concerned.
Victor, be careful.
Oh.
Is helping my son really something within your power, Thaumaturge? Or is it just...
I don't actually know what's wrong with him, to be fair.
Here, you cannot lie. Allah knows we will do anything to save the Tsarevich.
Oh, now we still tell him about it.
before your majesty not as some motley crew, but as a group of Thaumaturges united by a pact. We've done the impossible.
No, it was particularly easy.
And from that position, we seek to start a dialogue. We believe.
Oh right, yeah, it was like a really easy fix, wasn't it, Duke?
Do you have a name for it?
Naps will do that,
You can
Shadow.
call us the Coterie.
They will stop the riots and bloodshed.
We are the Lodge of Sorceresses.
Is that clear?
Obviously. Discreetly focus your thoughts on the need to manipulate the Tsar. Okay.
If you believe it'll work out, I'm in. Doctor.
Without the master of the word dimension, we have no chance of success.
Oh, seriously?
Don't even try to argue with me about it.
Stop this farce. I demand you release me. I will grant your wish to stop the violence.
Damn, I needed Ariel.
No more.
Of course, paralyze that Tsar's heart with fear to make him accept more of your demands.
Reason doesn't get us anywhere, so let me address your greatest.
I do have 7 points, thank God.
You can feel your heart pounding in your chest. You can feel the burning breath of revolution on your neck. In every part of the Empire, you're scared.
Madame, help me. Pride puts all of us
Does
in jeopardy.
it?
I'm sorry, but in this case, I'm on Mr. Shulsky's side.
You can see your own entourage, people like Svetlana Petrovna, act against you. You can see them plot
It was
and
Utana,
scheme.
yeah.
You're embattled.
I'm surrounded by traitors. Did I say it out loud? What is happening?
The Scowon had a similar expression.
Yeah, they're all crazy now.
Stop!
I'll think about it. Oh, I have even more. Frighten that Tsar's heart with the vision of sharing Scallon's fate. Petrify that Tsar's heart with anxiety about his family. Yeah, I think that one works better.
That the news of your heir's illness will reach unwanted ears.
He's my only son. They will use him against me, please. Don't hurt him.
I'll consider it.
No.
If you play nice. Oh, I actually have to do both.
You're scared, so you hand over power to people like the Butcher of Warsaw. But he's gone. He failed. Do you want to know how he ended up?
He's a blubbering
Scowon
mess.
lost his mind, lost control over his body, and then wet his pants in public. He didn't expect that if he started a war against us, he would lose it so soon.
Enough!
She's also evil, man.
I will stop the violence in the city, and I will listen to your demands.
Thank you. Very cool. His pants wet.
Unwanted alliances are still alliances. Speak.
Poor guy. Kinda, sorta.
We want a convenient agreement. More freedom in exchange for our cooperation as Thaumaturges.
We want more freedom in the political and social domain for everyone. The people of Warsaw, one of the most important municipalities in Russia, will remember your
yes,
gesture.
in Russia.
Is that all?
Make the Okhrana forget about Tsarevkin and let her files disappear from their archives forever.
I already stole those.
You want power. Just admit it already.
Yeah, duh, I said that. That's what I said.
Yes, we do want power. From the shadows, where we are most effective.
Now we are talking.
I wasn't
The Tsar
hiding
will
it.
meet
Was
your
I hiding it?
demands. But if any word of what has been said here reaches the wrong ears...
Are you tired now? Does that make you tired?
If that's all, Thaumaturge, I trust we have reached an
I'm
agreement.
sure Rasputin will still show up here, right?
Do I hear applause? What's going on
It's
there?
gonna be Rasputin.
Time's running out, and my guests are waiting. Let's keep it short.
It's definitely Rasputin. Let me snooze real quick. Yes. Oh, he healed the kid. Of course.
Is that it?
Can I finally get some champagne?
Oh, God.
You could have more success, but still, I have to give you credit.
What do you mean? Admit that you knew you would succeed? Huh?
We couldn't fail. After all, I was here with you.
You're too generous, sir.
But it is Rasputin.
Friends, today on the birthday of my son and successor, my father's words
Are we
show
not
the
gonna mention
direction of my
this?
thoughts. The voice of God orders us courageously to undertake, in deference to divine intention, the task of ruling, with faith in the strength and rightness of autocratic power. The riots in Warsaw fill our hearts with much sadness, and the nation's grief is also the grief of the Emperor of Russia.
Yeah, he seems so upset about
And
it.
with this grief, I have decided to put an end to the violent attacks on Thaumaturge. They will cease, starting now. That is our wish.
My wish is
However,
what it says.
May those who take my grace for weakness know that the Russian Empire is strong and ruthless against its enemies. So help me God.
I can only do part of it, Septic. And I don't think I'll do that on stream today. Are you mad? Are you still upset?
I'm glad to find you in good health. You didn't look like you were.
Do you want to talk about the whole
I
pretending?
suppose you can see very well from where you were standing.
New company.
Friends.
What now?
I don't know. Point out that he wouldn't be here without you. But it is goodbye. I mean, I wouldn't be here with... Well... Whatever.
Farewell, everybody. Now each of us should follow his own.
We're not gonna do that.
I
It's
appreciate
just
what you have
okay.
done for me.
Enjoy this moment of bliss. It might not.
See, he's already threatening me again.
That sounded like a threat.
There it is.
Victor, is everything all right?
No, I'm being threatened by this man.
Is this that Rasputin of yours? I expected something more.
Assalamu alaikum. Would you tell me how you are able to talk with us here?
This must be your new daddy, Victor. Aren't you going to introduce me?
I'm
And
at the
this
end.
must be the famous Madame Samira, the identity thief.
Oh, okay. Come here. Come here. Go on. Go. No, come here. Look at the cat. Look at the cat right now. I know. That's why I'm trying to finish the game. I have to be at the dentist at like 5. Which is in a little bit over an hour. Hi, Kenneth.
I think someone is missing.
Yeah, he's dead. Sorry. Oops.
Oh, right. You were so selfish that you didn't keep your word. And you didn't give him the golem. And he died.
Yeah, that happens.
Bothering you?
Is this man bothering you? It's true in that you need help. I do need help.
Indeed, and I could use some help.
Get out.
Wow, that's a little rude.
This is between you and me.
See?
And your magician
He
friends.
already knew how to use it. He's been lying this whole
There's
time.
no winning against me. You should have learned that.
What a weird thing to say. Why would you say that? Are we fighting? Shut up. Ariel. Wait, seriously? I'm fighting my friends as well. Oh, that's several... Oh, okay. Well, we have to obviously start with her then. Well, we can do both, actually. You can do 3, so it doesn't really matter. We'll take you down right now. Samira's a girl's girl, truly. I like Samira's character a lot. I'm honestly very fond of her at this point. I didn't think I was gonna be that fond of her. Because she started as an enemy. But she's cool. I like her. Wait, are you still standing? You're not supposed to. Are you just sending ghosts at me? Salutor's burden. Rasputin uses your bond with Bukovac against you, casting the interminable state of Bukovac's burden on you. It's up to you whether you're going to carry that burden or drop it, breaking the bond with that Salutor. Once you break the bond, you get rid of the burden, but also lose Bukovac forever. Rasputin will surely use bonds with other Salutors in the same way. Well, that's very rude. That means I have to do things fast. Does this already kill you? Is this enough? No. Okay, well then we're gonna interrupt you, I think, for now. I have to take them out at the same time, don't I? It's alright. I think it'll be fine. You're gonna take somebody else out again? I think you are. What it is? So it is... What does the burden actually do? I should check. Oh, now you did the golem. Let's see. Temporary negative states inflicted, you do double damage. Take 50% more damage if your health point is less than 27. It's not, though. Okay, this will kill you. I'll get double ones, I think. This will still interrupt you. Yeah. This is still fine. Question mark. And then... I should heal. Is there anybody who will just straight up kill you? Breaks the bond with the Thaumaturge for good, relieving you of their burden. Restores all of your focus and health points. Okay. Okay, you're slow, but it will kill him, so that's fine. Might be the final fight, but I'm not 100% sure. It does seem to... Yeah. Honestly, okay. We already know what the fights look like, so let's just do this then. Can we do this? Are we allowed to do this? Yes. We'll put it on story, so we'll definitely kill him. No matter what. Okay, so you're gonna die. I just mostly need to heal right now, I think. I don't know if that will also already update for the fight, though. Or if it'll just be for the new ones. But I do know that I need to heal. Okay, Bukamach will kill you straight up. I look forward to doing another playthrough of this, I'll be honest. Seeing where it goes. What are you gonna do? Lelek's burden. Enemy attacks lowers your focus twice as much. Ouch. Okay, but I need to heal. There's no real two ways about this. Upad, I have to heal right now. Ligia? Is that my dad, the other one? I feel like it is. I have 3 of them on me. Which seems a little much, I'm not gonna lie. Here, you do it too. Just get rid of one real quick. Which one are you taking next? Jin? Your attacks cast payback on you? That's really messed up. What the hell? That's really messed up. Then I basically have to use him constantly to remove. But then I can also, well, I could also move the burdens to him at that point. Does this count as a burden? Do I get payback right now? Doesn't seem like it. Oh no, he's still too fast. We'll just use you. I don't know what the next one is though. Are you just gonna hit me twice? Yeah, that's just hitting me. Whatever, here you go, buddy. Now he's really upset. Should I do another one? Yeah, let's just heal as much as we can. Oh, you're already dead. Never mind. Okay, this is the last set though, right? Ah, pride, recklessness, scheming, and vehemence. I guess all of the main ones. Okay, well, I have to do these. I have to interrupt as many as I can. Oh, you're 6. Damn. To you too, buddy. You're gonna be 2. I can interrupt you. That will still count. I'm glad I gave myself healing now, though, for my focus, because Jesus. This is the 3, so you'll go down. Or should I make you go down? No, you should go down. Stop it! Stop it, I'm so small. Okay, this will kill you. Does this? No, it doesn't. But I can take you out. I can also instead do this, though, which I think I actually should. Well, no, I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. Barely. I'm 27 now. Oh, that's another one. Oh my god. Look at my collection now. Skill speed is lowered by 1 if your health is higher than 27. Oh my god. This is insane. You're doing too much. You're doing way too much. Here, interrupt you. 2 more. Oh, huh? But I was gonna use it on... Huh? Oh, did... Really? I thought I'd had the right one selected. I think I will have to heal here, though. This is kind of insane. You're gonna go down, so that's fine. I will still live here for now. And then he has to go next. I have to heal on the other guy, though. I have to. Which is really sad. Didn't really want to waste it like that, but I'm dying, man. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Here, you can have all of my debuffs. Everyone can have all of my debuffs all of the time. Have a little bit of bleed. Don't worry about it. That will be your last one. Actually, here. Just make him drop dead right now. Get myself my upgrade too. Even though I really will not need it. Yeah, I basically have every single debuff now. That's outrageous. Why do I get experience for the final fight though?
Dare he throw us out?
I know.
Did you explain it all to him? Is everything all right?
Yeah, I explained it real well.
I think so.
I must admit, he is
Remarkably annoying.
Rasputin? Что с вами?
I gave him a heart attack. It was great.
Know your place.
Oh my god. Know your place! I'm such a nice guy. No way, Rasputin was a bad guy? Oh,
I can't stand
I'm
the
sitting
cold
around
of the
reading.
Snow.
Yay.
There's no use for it.
Hello. Complain that the cold makes your glasses fog up. It
And
does.
the glasses constantly fog up when you come into a warm room.
Then why do you wear them?
They make me look sophisticated.
After the explosion, I'm having problems with my eyesight.
Ah.
Now that you wear them, you really are the spitting image of Stanisław.
This is not a
Some
good
tea
thing.
to warm
I'm
up?
just saying. Sit down, bitch.
I won't say no to that.
Not her. She's
I
nice.
had a new rumor apropos Scaon.
Oh, did he piss his pants
We
again?
did such a number on him, he ended up in Tvorki. They say there's no way to get through to him.
Oh no. He deserved it.
The Butcher of Warsaw deserved such a fate.
He really did.
Mercy doesn't cost anything.
Shut up.
The other news is rather grim.
Oh.
There's a new political power on the rise in the city. Besides being resentful of Jews, they also want to get rid of thaumaturges and homosexuals.
Oh no, I'm a thaumaturge and a homosexual.
Let's ask. They're getting together at a bar in Vola.
Okay.
Let's go.
I don't know who they are,
listen
but let's
to what
go.
they have to say at these drinking bouts of theirs.
Is today that special day when you're not preoccupied with your little revolution?
My little revolution. Wow. Neither confirm nor deny.
Maybe not.
The ice answer.
They won't protect you.
Oh my god.
Every debt will be repaid, one way or another.
You want to fight me, Rasputin?
What are you waiting for?
Doesn't matter.
I wonder if that's
Let's
part
go.
2. Part 2 is murdering Rasputin. It will take place during the revolution. Win the Tsar's favor together with the
They say
coterie.
your choices define your value. What does that make me?
Oh.
The Uper took me on a journey that made me realize how my difficult relationship with my father looked from his point of view, and how I should look at it in hindsight. I try to see Nigia often, but the sight of my sister in apathy breaks my heart. Without her flaw, she has become someone else. Someone I don't know. That is why I latch onto duties concerning the coterie. At least here, I can change something for the better.
Oh, she's
Uncle
sad.
Sasha has become a grandfather. He seems to enjoy spending his retirement pampering
At least he got a good ending. It really is the type of
The
ex.
circumstances of the Warsaw Ochrana chief's death have never been clarified, and hopefully it will stay.
He just died. Nothing else happened. I wasn't even there.
Alright, Victor. Move on to what's really interesting.
Ice's favorite character again.
Aboritz and Victor remain friends, and together they spread terror throughout the bars of Warsaw. With my charisma and your money.
Fine, Aboritz. I think they got it. That's enough.
But you will come for some booze later, right? Don't forget.
I will.
Flaming's character?
Go now. The situation in the city is tense. Warsaw has been divided between those seeking a bloody revolution and those who'd rather see cooler heads prevail. The stalemate will not last long. As for the Flying University, the idea faded and died in the Ochrana cells, where the rebellious students...
See, I never got the second part of that quest. I'm so confused about that. I swear it bugged out for me.
longed for Albuquerque. How do I know? That's a completely different story. But enough about
You
that.
keep bringing up the Albuquerque guy,
It's
man.
time for a new adventure, my friend.
Okay, so actually, they didn't give me like a fully bleak ending. I feel like the bleakest part of that is obviously the threat of a revolution and the quest that bugged. Right? The quest bugging out. In that sense, I don't know that the pride really made things worse, necessarily. I guess maybe it's about how you used it? I like that. I like the ending, I like the options for the ending. I like that they're... I feel like in The Witcher, there are so many different ways to get conclusions to stories. Poland never gets a breather, I swear. Are we going to Albuquerque next? I still really, really like this particular music a lot. I think it's just, honestly, it's such a vibe. It's such a vibe. I've been to Albuquerque, it was shit, never go back. Yeah, there's a lot to, like, looking at the achievements, there's a lot to do in a different playthrough. I'm definitely playing through this game a second time. Where I'm gonna be the opposite of prideful. I'm gonna be fully the opposite of prideful and see what happens at that point. If maybe you get a fully good ending, or maybe you actually get a bad ending when you do that. Because you're not strong enough, potentially. Yeah, humble ending? Oh no, time to be gluttonous. But like, the way they ended this, it does feel like they are potentially setting up for a second game. And I feel like this game still has a few bugs. Clearly that one quest bugged out for me because it appeared when I reloaded that one time. But then the second part never showed up. So there's that. A few times there were strange, wonky quest dialogues. Or they didn't acknowledge my quest dialogue, my own dialogue in general. But I think those are things that are bugs that can be reported and fixed fairly easily, I want to say. Of course, I'm not a game. I don't create games, so take that with a grain of salt. But I would definitely play a second one as well. I would like to know how everyone's story ends. Fully my story ends, that I should say. Although I'm wondering if there's a different type of conclusion. If you join Rasputin. Like, they just eats donuts. That's the entire game. Yeah, we're just eating donuts a bunch. Let me see real quick if there's something else by the end. No. Look, it's my stolen golem. I definitely want to see what happens if Ariel doesn't die as well. I'll do a different playthrough where I still pick the coterie, but then with Ariel, who has words. Lover of the Russian Queen. So you're eating donuts. Are you too a revolutionary? Yes. If you like donuts, congratulations, you're revolutionary. All right, I actually think both Bloodborne and Lies of P are very good games to follow this one up. Do you guys want to see Bloodborne or do you want to see Lies of P? Because I have to run. I have to go to the dentist. It's very important. Oh, word? You're welcome for a stream. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for hanging out. We actually finished it. I didn't think it was going to be that much longer. I am now definitely very, very happy that I didn't overtime last time. I'm not asking for my choice. If it was my choice, and then I wouldn't ask what I'm asking. I'm going to noob stream. Bye, Maverick. You're welcome for stream. You know my answer. You always know the answer. You're always going to pick Bloodborne. Okay, we'll go to Bloodborne. We're gonna go hang out with Noob. If you want to see Lies of P, which is also a Soulsborne, and they're all both Bloodborne and Lies of P, I think very much fit the vibe of this game. If you want to see Lies of P, Otter is playing that one. But we're gonna go yeet ourselves over into Noob stream. And you're welcome for stream, Loniest. Bye Tyndall, bye Bowman, bye Shadow. Bye, Jeff. Have a wonderful day. Copy the rate message if you want, or if you don't want, have some pizza. Bye, Lunder. Hope you feel much better today. I hope you definitely feel much better tomorrow. Bye, Yokals. Bye, Phantom. Bye, Septic. Bye, Duke. Let's go say hi to Noob. I definitely don't bother him. He's also who we are going to play Bread and Fred with if we make this month's goal. Until next time, y'all. The next game we're starting on Wednesday is going to be Xiasha's Request. And tomorrow we are continuing Chrono Cross. Bye, Wall! Bye, Ice. Until next time, y'all. Stay safe. Have a snack. Pet your cats. Stay hydrated.